Hello and welcome to the premiere day one of the 2021 Physician Practice Automation Summit. Today is all about leadership. My name is Cheng Ron. I'm an MD, internal medicine doctor. I'm the CEO of Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, and I am so humble and so grateful to be your host for this summit. Today's opening date and premiere date was designed to talk about something that is the overarching theme behind building medical practices, seeing patients, and developing systems that actually work, and that's leadership. That's why we have on very special people today, Dr. Halee Fischer-Wright, the president of MGMA. We have Tom McCarthy, who is a high-performance coach at the absolute highest level of Fortune 50 companies. We have Dr. Brent Lacey, he's a gastroenterologist and the creator of the Scope of Practice podcast, which is one of the most popular business-to-business podcasts for physicians. My personal friend, Dr. Hammad Qureshi, who started his practice, and Ms. Wendy Fong, she's an MBA. She is a high-performance coach as well, has a lot of experience flipping and turning the culture of different practices and scaling. And last but not least, Tawny Jones, another MBA who is at the Cleveland Clinic Functional Medicine Program and how she led the integrative health model at Cleveland Clinic. Such a fantastic lineup. Super honored to interview them and super honored to share them with you as well. I hope you enjoy this. So excited to introduce Dr. Halee Fischer-Wright. Halee has been spending the last 16 years becoming an expert in company and organizational culture and strategy and some turnarounds. She's the president of Rose Medical Group, and she helped grow the organization to 560 physicians, which is mind-blowing. She is the CEO of the Medical Group Management Association, or MGMA, that most people know, which represents a majority of the physician practices in the United States, which is a very, very large endeavor. Together with executive teams, she's worked to grow the MGMA membership from 30,000 to 58,000 while focusing on lean and sustainable operations, which is totally what we're going to talk about today. Very innovative person. She co-wrote one of my favorite books, which is Tribal Leadership. It's actually one of the books that led me to want to open my own practice with a different type of leadership. And I still go back to it till this day. She's named a top 100 healthcare leader and top 25 women in healthcare by Modern Healthcare and a 100 Great Leaders Healthcare by Becker's Hospital Review. So lots of awards. She's been on Forbes magazine and Modern Healthcare, and she's been a speaker and a panelist at humongous regional and national events. So really honored to have her here today with us. Well, thanks for coming on. I'm so happy to have you. Really excited to have this talk. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well, Chang. Thank you so much for the invitation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And believe it or not, I've been following you for a long time. So what you don't know is that tribal leadership was literally the reason I opened my practice in 2017. So
Wow.
yeah, so at that time, so Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, I really wanted to redefine what it is because, I was in a previous practice and my slots were 10 minutes and I was averaging, and I track everything. So I average about 6.5 minutes per patient. And it was just not the best model in the world, but it's your typical internal medicine, inpatient, outpatient, ICU, and hospice,
Yep.
but it's a working model for some, but for me, it wasn't really fulfilling. So, but I knew that I needed to build a team. So Tribal Leadership was a fantastic book to kind of lean on. And so that's why I'm super happy to have you on. So thank you very much for that.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. And so we're going to kind of jump right into it. So majority of the people that are watching this, if not all, are physicians. Most are physicians either in private practice or about to go into private practice or considering private practice, or some of them are just considering retiring. so we capture that as well. I think that with the pandemic and the pandemic era practicing medicine, so I'll tell you what we did at Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine is that in February of 2020, we decided that after the initiation of the lockdown that we should switch to telemedicine. So we went from 5% telemedicine
Yeah.
to 86% telemedicine, closed off our satellite locations and concentrated into one. It was a very difficult business decision,
Yeah.
but it really came from a podcast I actually heard from MGMA, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And you weren't in that one, but really talked about what to do, telemedicine, communication.
Mhm.
And so I was lucky to really have that information. But right now, I would like to say we're coming out of the pandemic. It just seems like we're perpetually in one. uh, what can doctors do, like in private practice, to tap into some like the latest resources to pivot during this pandemic era? It's very hard.
Absolutely. Well, I think so. This is I'm the CEO of MGMA, and what we do is we really do have an understanding of what's going on across the country, and it's very much changed what you describe. It's not unique to a lot of times when we talk about these problems, it may affect people in Texas more or Florida or Northeast or out West. It's across the board. And so the pivot that you did in transferring from really face to face to telemed and really pulling the lever on what are the inefficiencies and letting it go. Like, this is a tough business decision, but this is what we need to do. I think it speaks to a couple of things. Number one, being able to resource so that you can kind of understand what's going on across the country and recognize that this is not unique to you. Number two, through either your medical specialties. So I'm going to assume that there's all medical specialties listening to this podcast or to this interview. There's that you have medical specialties that really focus in on what are the business needs of each one. But then when the pandemic occurred, and by that I mean between March and mid-April, it almost all of the large medical kind of the more general medical associations got together and said, what are the resources we can create? And then we allowed everybody to access that. So even if you weren't a member of AMGA or HFMA or MGMA, you were able to access those pandemic resources, and those are still available right now. As we go into this wave of Delta, I think we're renewing what do we do, like how do we refine? And so in a certain way, your pivot chain for we're switching how we communicate and how we do business, and now we're going to have to iterate on that model, I think is really what we're looking at. And so those resources include recovery checklists that you can get through your medical specialties, societies, through MGMA, once again, AMGA, etc. Those resources are out there. You just have to seek them out. I think one of the things that we're going to talk about is allowing yourself, the number one resource you can give yourself is time to pull your head up and assess what's going on and make a decision of what resources you need to move forward. And I think that's the one thing we don't talk about enough is actually creating enough space to figure out what your business needs are.
It's overwhelming, right? And so,
Yeah.
I think that when in 2017, when we first started doing telemedicine, it was so we had to pivot because my practice opened 6 weeks before Hurricane Harvey hit Houston. And for a period of time, I didn't know if we're going to continue on. So we had to pivot to telemedicine because of Hurricane Harvey at that time.
Yeah.
And so we were able to smooth that over a bit. And then with the pandemic, I mean, it's a whole different level.
Yeah.
So at that time, I really held on to the Texas Medical Association, TMA, and they had all these resources out there, which is wonderful. And now with the pandemic, it's a whole other level, which I didn't think I was going to see again.
Yeah.
Since the trauma that occurred with Hurricane Harvey, right?
Yeah.
So with the pandemic, it's now everyone's really affected, and now we know it's not going to stop. This is a new level of normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when I talk to my physician friends, they're like, "Oh, we're just gonna wait for this to kind of blow over." It ain't blowing over. So
What
yeah.
what I'm seeing in the leadership ranks and what I'm starting to write extensively about is that the irony of COVID is there is no trend that was occurring in medicine that isn't present during COVID, but it's like it got put on steroids. So everything that's coming, telemedicine, moved to, the billing challenges, the staffing challenges, all
Yeah.
these things, burnout, all these things preceded the pandemic, but now 18 months later, they are all viciously apparent. And I think one of the things that I'd love to, for people listening to this and watching this to come out of is it's at these times that, I'm a Gen Xer, the dare to be great situation, where you really do have to say, I think one of the things about being Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z is that your frame of reference is okay. We've got to change, and that there's a certain amount of flexibility. Even in baby boomers how do you change? And you have to have an appetite to do that as well. What you're talking about, first of all, you went through a catastrophic once in a lifetime hurricane in the flooding in Houston, right? And you
Mhm.
follow that up by a once in 100-year global pandemic. Um, so, I mean, you're a tested leader at this point in time, right? And
I would
those
hope so. Gosh.
knock, knock, knock.
No, right.
What you're looking at is when you come through the second time, and I know that part of your summit is around trauma, and there's significant trauma, but also through that, there's a sense of pride and accomplishment that you've led your business through two catastrophic events, and you've come out on the other side. Now, granted, to your point, COVID isn't over, but the first wave where we shut down the economy of the United States, that part is over. We're not going to shut down the United States. Now we have to figure out how do we operate in a COVID world, which is a different challenge than how do you make it through everything being shut down.
That's a great point. But I think my issue with the way that medicine has been taught. So I finished residency in New York in 2012, did chief resident year in 2013. And my sister is currently at Columbia University School of Medicine in her fourth year. And so I think that the way that the educational institutions has been responding has they also have a very large burnout, because a lot of things that were taught within institutions and outpatient medicine, inpatient medicine, just like all the curriculum just kind of blew up. They're like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh, what do we do now, right?
right.
So my sister, which we were just talking about this yesterday,
Yeah.
how right now it's like people are so scattered. Administration is scattered.
Mhm.
We're talking about the Ivy League school here. So administration is
Mhm.
scattered. You have doctors that are scattered, nurses are scattered, and everyone's like at each other's throats.
Yeah.
And one of the things that once again going back into tribal leadership is going from, I think, talking about different stages of and stages of the cultures of the business, and within a lot of the institutions, they're at the stage where people are just like, my life sucks.
Yeah.
And transitioning that to a higher stage, as you talk about in the book, is just very difficult. And I think when COVID happened, that happened across the country. The cultures of each of the private practices really were challenged, and then all the deficiencies within each type of culture was on like full display.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of like in this rut. So how what do we do? How do we get
Yeah.
out of this? Yeah.
So, the point that you're making has to do with systems thinking.
Yeah.
So we had an entire system. I maintain healthcare isn't a system, it's an industry because it's not closed. And but let's say for the purpose of this conversation, it's a system.
Okay.
So we applied severe pressure onto the system. We shut off really all financial resources. We took away safety equipment. And then, depending on what geographic area you were, we inundated with unbelievably sick patients. And we didn't have the education. We didn't know enough about the virus. If you were a physician or nurse or working in a hospital, to know that you weren't going to bring that back to your family. So there was that
Right.
element of fear. It's on top of everything else. the thing about systems, and I think my entire career kind of speaks to this. We always look at the policy people about push policy down and it'll make it, Medicare will fix this. Or my stance is control what you can in your world. If you can control your practice, make shifts in your practice, make shifts in your world, that will affect the entire system over time. And so when people are saying, well, I have no control and I can't do this and I can't do that, I often say, let's take a look at the domain of control that you do have, within your practice.
Right.
You don't even need to be a practice owner. I mean, you could be a physician and saying, what do you have control over? And we're going to talk about burnout. I know you are going to talk about burnout, but when I look at burnout, I think 50% of burnout is stupid processes. In other words, we keep, as physicians, getting more and more pushed on top of us, but we're not removing anything. So we have all these regulation, all these protocols and policies and everything else, and no one ever sorted through this actually is important and this doesn't matter anymore. And so if you can start with something super basic, I have control of this 24 by 18-inch space. I'm going to manage this the best, and then slowly extend. I think there's a sense of you need wins. I think as physicians, we haven't had wins in a while. That's how you start with the wins and start developing that momentum. The whole Jim Collins philosophy of getting enough momentum to move the flywheel. As physicians, we don't collaborate enough really to get a flywheel going, but we can get our own motors going if we have enough small wins.
Yeah, and in my organization, we call them micro W's, like micro wins, right?
Uh-huh.
And even as something as a simple thank you text message from a patient through our text platform, that's a big win. I try to focus on those things as micro W's, micro wins.
Yeah.
And these micro W's add up to a macro W, in which we celebrate once a month because we have meetings once a month. We shut down the whole clinic, have our whole staff in once a month.
Yeah.
And so that's really changed a lot of the processes that we do. But earlier you said 50% of the burnout is processes. I feel like that for me, that's 95% of my burnout is that,
Then let me clarify, at least 50%.
At least. Yeah. But I think part of it is to recognize that burnout is from an impaired process or impaired system, not documenting. And we have other parts of the summit where we actually talk about exactly how to do that, document systems. And so I think a big challenge in my physician group, and especially on these Facebook groups, stuff like that, is that right before our talk, as an inspiration, I actually go into these physician Facebook groups, and I just see the last 10 posts of what people are talking about. It's very few of the posts are very positive in general. So a lot of times it's, okay, my staff won't bring me water, or I have, this employee is doing that and it is making me look bad and I got a 1-star review because this employee is doing that. And so I think there's so much external blame that the physician is casting on like a single person, but really it's the system that's involved, right? And so I want to just kind of go in there and talk to them, on social media. I was like, hey, it might be a system thing, but the problem is that every post is basically a pain point of impaired systems in the process, whether it's talking and leadership impairment, no processes for patient engagement, and a lot of things are kind of expected. And so I think that, as doctors, we were trained, and I was trained, that, hey, learn what you can in medical school and residency. You go out, be a good doctor, and everything will follow through. I'm not finding that to be true.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's interesting what I think this is very normal in physician culture. And I think physician culture, and you're familiar with this if you've read Tribal Leadership, it's almost like I try to one-up you with how much my life sucks.
Yes.
And the good news is physicians is we have endless fodder to fill that well. That well will never get filled. what we're not, and we're trained that way. We heard our at the, when we were baby doctors, we heard our chief residents complain like that. We heard the people above us complain like that. And then really we got acculturated into doing that as well. It's a rite of passage. I mean, if I finished med school 20 years before you, but when you went to a morbidity mortality conference, that was the pinnacle of my life sucks.
Oh
It
my
was
God.
never good. Trust me. If you were presenting, it wasn't good. So oftentimes and it's actually why I don't Facebook. I'm active on social media, but not Facebook, because I think it's almost too easy to throw
Yeah.
garbage on the garbage pile. I think what's much more hard and what's much more leadership behavior is to acknowledge the pain points, and there are. So I'm not saying, oh no, everything's great. What I'm saying is acknowledge the pain points and then say, great, what have you thought about and how you solve this, or how would you approach it? And when I took over the organization that I took over, they were awesome at complaining. I mean, fantastic. 5-star. And I would say, this is a 95-year-old organization. I have no doubt this complaint was present in 1926. So what solutions have been tried over the last 90 years that have worked, haven't worked? What have you thought about? And I try to move it. I mean, you do have to acknowledge the pain points because it's awful. And to move out of the I'm a victim into I'm empowered, which I think is really important as physicians. Once you can understand what your leverage is, but that shift from I experience nothing but pain into how can I turn my pain into power? And by power, I mean ability to do something about it, ability to wield influence and I would like to say in a positive way. That is the shift that I think that we're poised on. We could either go all to victims as physicians, or we could move into this is the time that physicians actually take the rightful place in the system of how to take care of patients and start to lead what care looks like in the next generation. That's kind of the cusp of where we are right now.
Yeah. So I think with coronavirus, it's really challenging that aspect. I think that, as physicians, especially physician leaders in private practice or any practice, we have to recognize that we're leaders too. And, but I think we're also reacting to a lot of trauma from could be residency or medical school, because I feel like, and I talk to my friends about this all the time, that we went into medical practice. Well, we went into to medical school for a reason, and perhaps somewhere along the way, we realized that the reason that we went into medical school for is not necessarily what we're going to get out of it, but we've invested so much time and money and effort into it, and so for a lot of people, it's like there's little disappointments along the way, and then now you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna follow the leader because I'm $280,000 in debt. I'm just gonna keep following the leader, and then the leader could be this attending of the ICU at Columbia Presbyterian, whoever it is, right? And then and then when something doesn't necessarily match that hierarchical structure, we become afraid almost, because as physicians, we're taught to practice the standard of care in medicine. Do the thing that's right. But from a personal development standpoint, our standards really have to change in each phase of our career. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of stuck in the past, not changing into that sort of mindset. So I felt like that a lot in my first practice after chief residency. And I felt like, yeah, the money's good, everything's great, but it's like my mom's an acupuncturist, very holistic family in general. So I'm like, I went into this to have better conversations. Like, I didn't go to medicine to prescribe medicine. I went to medicine to have better conversations. But I feel like my 6.5-minute visits were not better conversations. And my favorite time in practicing medicine in my previous practice was hospice. I loved hospice. I got to talk. I got to interact with the patient's family, and it was something that's really fulfilling. And I'm like, well, should I be a hospital doctor? And then I read Tribal Leadership. I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is a new standard,
Mhm.
right? There's actually a mentality that's outside of what I learned
Yeah.
that I wanted to pursue. And so, and the whole point of this entire summit is to get people to understand that there's something else there to pursue that's not the standard of care, standard of practice,
Great.
right?
Yeah.
So how do you achieve that? How do you foresee that one achieves that?
Yeah. I think, okay, well, that's a massive question. So I'm stalling while I kind of populate my index cards in my head.
Yeah.
I think the first step is acknowledging this isn't working. And I think Cheng, it was your first, what you just said. We're accustomed to complaining about things. We're not
Yeah.
accustomed to just basically saying it's
Yeah.
not. And then here's the next step, which you did beautifully. I'm not going to do this anymore. It doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
When you get to that point that you're frustrated or tired or let's be honest, traumatized,
Yeah.
the pain is enough that you're willing to make a change. As physicians, there is I would say, legend that we have in our head that we've gone through all this training, we've spent all
Yeah.
this money, we've been up all these nights, we've suffered. So when we get to be, attendings, it
Yeah.
should all be good and easy. And none of us have experienced that,
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I finished my training 20 years before you did, but I will tell you what you said is, well, I figured out, and I was already, $300,000 in. It wasn't going to be it's funny. I would have said the exact same thing 20 years ago. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. I'm like, well, here's what I've told people. We were the last generation. I mean, we were the first generation that followed the it's good generation. And having had multiple students go through my school, through my clinic when I was practicing, and then through MGMA, what I realize is we all feel the same way. But you get to that place where it's kind of what I call the Martin Luther moment. Here I stand and I can do no other. You have to be willing to make a change. And I think that's really hard, especially if you're an adult, especially if you've got family, you've got commitments and everything else. You have to be in enough pain to take a risk to do something different. Either speak up, leave, try something, try anything. But that's where that movement from victim to empowerment occurs and we're human beings, so we're not going to do that if we're comfortable. I mean, that's really what happens is if you're totally comfortable and things are okay, yeah, it might be inconvenient or whatever. But when things really hit that rock bottom, that's typically when we see people interested in making change and can't do it fast enough.
Yeah, that's such a great way to put it. And I tell people that there's evolutional biology says that if you're too comfortable, your species goes extinct. There's no longer anywhere to go. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, this is very cynical, so forgive me, but I think as I watch a lot of our baby boomer physicians retiring, where they're just like, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore, and I'm just going to leave, as opposed to, which leaves us to fix the problem. And it's that adapt, migrate, die. It's the evolutionary prerogative, right? So I have unbelievable faith in physicians to adapt to the changes. But to your point, Chang, nothing that we've done before has prepared us for the world that we're going into, which means, and here's the upside, we can create whatever we want. And I think that's the way we have to look at it. We don't have to keep repeating what we've always known. We can be creative. We can put our talents to use. And, what I thought was really interesting, what you just said, is you enjoyed being a hospice physician because you got time to spend with your patients and talk to them. And look, let's be honest, at the moment of need of human beings, which if you interview physicians, 80% of people that become physicians say they went into healthcare because they wanted to help people. And
Right.
where you see the biggest frustration is they don't feel like they're helping people. They feel like they're, inputting data into a computer, right?
Totally.
So, so now that we've gone through the pandemic and we've done the 8 p.m. howls, and that's gone now, how do we take that goodwill and that sense within us of this is unsustainable and make change? And I think that's very individual driven.
Yeah. Recognition of that this is just not working is the hardest thing that I've ever done. And I did it like 6 or 7 times, even in the last 4 years of developing my practice, and talking to and redirecting and I'm trying to understand what my core values are, what our practice core values are as a company,
Yeah.
and then also putting trust in my team, every member of my team, my practice. Doesn't matter if you're the janitor, the front office, back office, the medical assistant. We have a culture there, and we're bonded very tightly.
Mhm.
And so I think that what a lot of physicians really discovered, especially since the pandemic, is that the culture glues the team together. So turnover was massive. Employee turnover was absolutely massive during the pandemic. And so so on one hand, you have this doctor that really wants to say, hey, this isn't working, I want to try new things. But it's like, oh my God, 4 of my MAs just quit.
Right.
How does one sort of balance that?
So this is that whole Maslow's hierarchy. You have to kind of provide your survival, which is
Yeah.
you need to see a certain number of patients to provide. And this is a time. So solving the what do I do about my staff, that kind of dives into the whole point of your summit, which is about the use of technology. And may I add, the appropriate use of technology, which has not historically been the right place for technology in healthcare.
Yeah.
In the fantasy, this would be the situation where we start to use technology to do what it has the potential to do, which is to allow physicians to deliver care more efficiently, more effectively, and patients to understand, as opposed to acting as a barrier to engaging with patients. When those 4 MAs leave, or those theoretical MAs leaving, then I think it's a good time to say with someone you trust within your practice, do we need to replace all 4 MAs? Are there other ways to do this?
Yeah.
Where could we use technology to help us out if that's appropriate? And if not, how are we going to revise our systems to be more efficient to absorb this? And every single practice administrator I've spoken to is undergoing this challenge with staff. So this is not unique. It used to be when I owned a practice, we had MAs, we had a good culture, but if another practice offered $4 more an hour, they would go across the street, right? Now it's for a lot of MAs, it's about life and death. I'm not going to do this anymore. So you're not it's not like the cycle of MAs is coming through. And so I think I think there's a double edge in solving this problem, which is if you're taking a look at your entire practice and saying, how do I solve for this problem in a way different than I just need 4 more bodies, you may actually solve for some of the challenges that maybe had 1 or 2 of those 4 walk out the door. The frustration, the boredom, the tediousness of their job.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because I actually saw this firsthand, where so a big portion of our staff are actually virtual assistants. They don't physically aren't in the office, and from a fixed cost standpoint, significantly cheaper. But they always over deliver, which is great. And so when another practice decided that they can't afford the rent anymore, and we're going to go virtual medicine for most of it, and we'll go down from 12,000 square feet to 3,000. My recommendation is, hey, why don't you try virtual assistants? Because they had 6 or 7 staff members leave, and including the office manager. And so they ended up, and this is 6 months later, I think, he told me that his office manager is now completely virtual. Did a significant better job, and then the half the staff is actually replaced by virtual assistants, so they don't need to be in the office.
Yeah.
but they can be there to help the patients 24/7 because part of it they're on nights and part of it they're on days. And we were just kind of talking about it. I'm like, hey, let's go to Google. Let's look at your last like online reviews. And he never looks at his online reviews. I look at every online review. And we look at it, I was like, wow, like, people are like really, respecting like who is this? Like, oh, that's my new virtual assistant we just hired 2 months ago. So
Yeah.
I think that this does exist and that pivoting does exist. And
Yes.
he significantly reduced fixed costs, and he actually came out of it better than he did going in. So I was just saying that, I was just thinking about that example. But I think that people really have to have an understanding that, hey, this happened. Let's think from a global perspective, a top-down approach, how to act upon that.
Well,
And
and the
so,
knee-jerk reaction is just fill those 4 spaces, right?
right.
But that, in the spirit of the world has changed, it's not that you have to do better, you have to do different. And I think the other thing that I'd like to share, and you actually mentioned this in our conversation. One of the things that I tell my organization is I expect you to fail, because as physicians, we don't like to fail, which means we won't risk because we might fail. So I tell my staff, I expect you to fail. I'd like you to fail fast and cheap and only fail one time doing the same thing. These are the kind of the guidelines around failure, but try something, try anything, take a risk, a calculated risk, but most of these will fail, some of them will pay off, and once in a while you'll knock it out of the park. The strides that we've made during COVID had to do with us taking risks. If we would have continued to do what we did every day in and day out, we wouldn't be here either. And the story you tell about your friend and about yourself doing, basically coming out of COVID saying, I actually did better than going in for a variety of reasons. I won't say that's a common story, but I've heard that enough to know that there is room for that type of development.
Yeah, no, and that's so powerful. So earlier you talked about technology, and you said some are good and some are bad.
Yeah.
Can you kind of expand that a little bit? What do you
Sure.
mean by that? Yeah.
So I think so let's take wearables out of this conversation. Let's just talk about kind of the business software. When technology entered into the medical practice, the entire source of that was for billing and compliance issues. It wasn't engineered to be end user friendly. It wasn't engineered to enhance the patient encounter. It was engineered to capture charges, to be efficient, and to provide compliance with billing. That was it. And to be honest with you, from a standpoint of that was the goal of that software, the initial electronic health records and things like that. The dream of electronic health records was that every patient would have a portable medical history walking with them. The reality is it became a tool to communicate with health insurers. Now we're in kind of version, I would call it 4.0, where we're starting to see end user, meaning both the physician or provider and the patient, having some quality with it. And I think as we add in AI interfaces that help bridge the gap with the tedious stuff that you don't need a physician who's been in medical school and residency for 14 years to go check. That's what an AI interface is for. Now we're seeing where technology can actually come in a meaningful way and actually enhance the physician-patient relationship as opposed to being a barrier to the physician-patient relationship.
So, when this technology first came out, and you talk about end users, so what the EMR was supposed to be, which I thought, because my first year of medical school, it was in the hospital, it was all paper, and they were using medical students like myself to transition into electronic, which was Meditech at the time.
Oh.
Yeah, Meditech, exactly. And I just thought, wow, this is great. I don't have to read illegible handwriting.
Mhm.
about my third year of medical school, I'm like, I am so sick of this system because now there's so much more work to be done. Like, what happened here?
Mm.
And now, with our current EMR, with our clinical practice, a lot of things are just kind of big question marks. And I feel like a lot of customization needs to be done. So the technology is there,
Uh-huh.
but is it utilized fully by doctors to improve their lives? No, it's
No,
it's really not. You
no.
know, I've been going to the eClinicalWorks conference for the last 3 years and trying to improve everything. I learn more and more things, and now it's getting better because our user experience is much better because we're able to customize things. But it's not, and it's some of the things are useful,
Yeah.
but some of the things in reporting to our ACO and all those things are not. It's just click, 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 right? And so that's become kind of crazy. But in March of 2020, we started partnering with Withings, and then we started integrating the Withings with our EMR platform, and we did a COVID screening.
Hmm.
So they were using the O2 SAP machines and blood pressure and everything like that, basically remote patient monitoring. We were able to identify people going south pretty quickly and then attach onto that. And so that was that was my first like really good experience
Yeah.
with the technology component to it. But you're right, like now there's AI and there's algorithms looking not just at one, vital statistics, but what is the slope, like how much, what does
Yeah.
the velocity of increase of body temperature and how does that correlate? So I think that a lot of physicians are really scared about AI, like, oh, it's going to take over our job and stuff like that. Now it's really try to enhance us to scale the things that we want to do. But but I have a fear though, and tell me if I'm wrong, but my fear is that whenever you have this technology and it's being monitored, eventually everything's going to be hacked. I feel like, right?
Yeah.
And so you have this data, and the insurance has the data. They know who to risk stratify, and so now I feel like the doctors should have the data, and we as a group should know what to do with it, right? And so, how do you think we can leverage the new technology and using this data to help us, the physicians, the actual end users between the patients, how to help us practice medicine better? Do you have any ideas about that?
I do. I think it goes back to your point about medical education. So, in medical education, lots of facts, lots of figures, anatomy, chemistry, neuroanatomy, all that in there now, I think needs to be data science. And the reason why is it used to be the physician was I beneficently bestow knowledge upon you, right? I give you my opinion. It's, this was before Dr. Google came into town. Now we curate information, right? So I don't know, you have a conversation with your patient, and they're like, I saw this, I read that, there was an ad for this. We're going to start seeing advertisements for Pfizer COVID vaccine on TV starting at the end of this week. So I do think that there's something around putting in there data science, in the sense that I think one of our jobs is being able to not necessarily collate that information, but how to interpret it and find meaningful trends out of it. And I view this very much like the first integration of electronic health record. And I also used eClinicalWorks. This was 10 years ago. And I remember going to my first conference, and we sat down and they were like, you can do this and that. And here's what I thought: I'm too busy to do all this stuff, right? So I can click, click, click and do the patient note and have enough so that I can bill, and I'm done. And I don't think that's dramatically changed in 10 years. But I think starting with medical education and understanding that we're still being trained like we are the receptacle of all knowledge, and that isn't true. Now we need to be trained that we curate information and that we use data to inform how we curate that information.
That's a big task, no?
Yes. Yes. It only takes medical schools 100 years to make changes like that. So I'm cautiously optimistic that they'll do it before I die. So
Well, you know, there's programs now actually for physicians, and actually there's some MBA programs and physician CEO programs that train specifically this, like how to analyze the data from a business perspective, and how do you help more patients, not just help more patients, but over deliver on value.
Yeah,
Because you know, as physicians, we don't have training on marketing, and I don't think doctors see patients as clients, and I actually think we actually should, because we really want to
yes,
deliver that value. And doctors don't believe, a lot of doctors don't believe that we're actually in the service industry, but we are 100% in the service industry.
absolutely.
And
Uh,
so, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, it's funny you say that because um, when I ran a very big practice, I owned a very big practice, and I would say client, and my colleagues would cringe. And I would say, look, in a certain way, when you say client, you have a higher onus to deliver service than if you say patient. So that's
So
the
true.
burden on us.
So
It's
true.
not devaluing the patient. It's actually putting the onus on us that we must deliver a better experience, right? And that's true with our teammates. You know, you run a group of people, they're your clients. You know, the culture you're creating, they're your clients as well. So it used to be that was anathema. Now in this generation of the customers, right? And frankly, people are paying more and more for their healthcare. So they really are clients in a true business sense, and they have decision rights. What they are or aren't going to do, that becomes fundamental to engaging your patient in a meaningful way.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. So, maybe it's not surprising. So during the pandemic, um, and I saw a pattern that was pretty concerning, and that pattern is the media is using military terms for physicians.
Mhm.
Frontline, right? I mean, that's really
At
should be
war,
yeah, yeah,
we're in a battle.
exactly. And I have an issue with this, is because, you know, as physicians, we shouldn't be that level of a hero. We should be more of guides for our patients. And whenever that label's put there, it's romanticized.
Mhm.
And so, so what happened was, you know, New York, they recruited medical students to help out with the COVID patients. They're not trained in infectious disease or isolation, not even close, right?
Right.
And so these people are, you know, there was, I think it was New York Times that said, oh, these medical students are put toward in the front line. And I'm like, I have a big issue with that. And we really have to change the language. So I think that, and just tell me what you think about this. This is a little bit bold.
Yeah.
Is that I think the role of the doctor should really change at this point in this country. So I'll give you an example. So if a patient walks into a doctor's office, and usually the greeting is, "Oh, hi, Mr. Smith. What can I do for you?" Right.
Mhm.
So the minute that the doctor says, "What can I do for you?" Now that's a question delivering from a hero to someone that needs to be saved.
Mhm.
So the way that I train my staff and myself to discuss with the patient throws the patient off a little bit. So I sit down, and I was like, and what we usually do is a massive chart review. So usually by the time patients see stuff, they've seen 5 or 6 different doctors. So because we're
Yeah.
1 hour visits, with massive chart review. And when we sit down, we're like, what are the goals of your health for this year, and what do you think our role is?
Yeah.
And they just kind of like sit back and be like, oh, let me think about that for a second. But that opens a completely new, you know, guidance relationship where the patient's, you know, actually the hero. And I actually learned that from my health coaches and motivational interviewing, because we have two
Yeah.
health coaches in practice. And then I think when I started doing that, and this is probably the beginning of 2019, when I started doing that, it's like the demeanor, like someone's body language can be very irritating. The demeanor just like starts relaxing.
Yeah.
And so when I made it like this is my sort of policy, like let's start asking these questions. What are the goals of your health, and where do you see us fitting in?
Yeah.
You take out all assumptions of a relationship.
Yeah.
And then when the patient, you know, responds back to us what their goals are and how do we fit in, we can very easily tell them, hey, this is what we can do,
Mhm.
but we're not equipped to do this, but someone else is. So I would love to offer you to do this, but someone else can do it better, so we're not doing this. But let's focus on this first.
Yeah.
And I think that created a very sort of beautiful relationship that's not very like militaristic. I bestow upon you, right? And it creates a much better conversation. Like, do you agree with that?
I think so. Those type of interview techniques where you're inviting the patient, the client, if you will, to be your partner, and you're not approaching it from a paternalistic standpoint, is absolutely the direction that we need to go. And I'm going to basically put it out, not from it's the right thing to do or ethical perspective, but because your partnership with your physician anymore is a huge financial consideration. What the physician recommends, what you choose to do, your partnership with your physician, your likelihood to take their advice or not take their advice has massive impact in the socioeconomic quality of that individual's life. So I do think that there needs to be a radical change in the traditional approach. What I am finding is what works for you may not work for someone else. So I think everyone kind of has to find their way. But I think the way you describe it is very elegant. And what's interesting, the story I'm thinking about in my head is this week, my father, who's towards the end of his life, he's a young guy actually, but towards the end of his life, he has interstitial lung disease. He has multiple sclerosis. He ran out of oxygen, got taken to the hospital, really wasn't able to communicate what his needs were, got evaluated. Long story short, got admitted to ICU. And the ICU doc didn't speak to him and was doing all this stuff. And I sat down with my dad and I said, and he has dementia from his neurologic disease, early dementia. And I said, Dad, what do you want out of this hospitalization? Because, in all fairness, he's not going to ever be normal again. So what do you want? He said, and it was pretty simple. I want breakfast because he was hungry. No one had fed him. I want to be able to at least go to the bathroom by myself. And if we can do those two things, I'm good. Then I can go home. I mean, that was really what he wanted. And it really struck me. It goes to your point, when you're sitting down after an hour reviewing complex charts, sometimes your client, their wishes are pretty simple. And we have entire algorithm running of here's the, if you will, Chang, the battle plan for the war we're going to wage on your chronic disease.
Right. Yeah.
And really what they want is breakfast and to be able to go to the bathroom by themselves. And so that's where I think it's good to check in. I think the way that you did it is beautiful, but I think as we mature as physicians into this new world, kind of bring this conversation full circle, everyone's going to have to figure out how to have that conversation in a way that's comfortable for them.
Right. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, thank you for that validation, because I think when we kind of switch our language, it really increased all of our not necessarily relationship with the patients, but actually relationship with ourselves. I think at the end of the day, that type of speaking really let us out of this cycle of we're so tied to the patient outcome.
Yeah.
And honestly, when we review charts, we go full in, but you're right. Majority of the time, they're asking for like one or two things, and they're like good, and they feel good. And but the fact that we're actually asking them is it's really sad that they don't expect it. They just kind of pause and sit back down. It's like, oh, no one's really asked me this before. Well, let me think about that.
But I would ask you, I mean, you've made tremendous impact on your patients/clients, but for you as a physician, to be able to sit with your patient and to ask those questions, I get the sense that you feel this sense of connectivity and
Yes. Yeah.
validation that you're doing what you went to med school to do, what you wanted to do, that you may not have had in another arena if you were like, Mr. Jones, why are you here today? And you're like, I can't handle 5 complaints. You're going to need to reschedule, that kind of thing, as opposed to, so I think the benefit goes both ways. What
Yeah.
physicians, when you study what physicians want, it's validation, not attaboys, but that sense of internal validation of I'm making meaning, I'm making connection. And I do think that's why a lot of people are burnt out and lost, is they've lost that sense of connection.
Yeah, beautifully put. Well, and that is bringing it full circle. I think the lesson here is we really have to kind of express what we want as physicians to our staff or patients, to each other, and not have that sort of hostile personality, I think, that we kind of sometimes see in the Facebook groups and stuff like that. And that it's all about connectivity and love. And that's truly going to kind of decrease our burnout. So I want to really thank you for the talk. It's been absolutely wonderful. We're way over time, but I did not want to stop you at all. So thank you so much for being on. And I'm going to go ahead and for those of you watching, in the description of this video, there's going to be links for MGMA. And go ahead and check that out. And by the way, is there a conference in 2022 or upcoming?
Yes.
Okay.
At the end of October, we're having our medical practice leadership conference. It's going to be in San Diego. We're doing both an in-person event, vaccines required, and then we're also doing a digital event a few weeks later.
Okay, great. Wonderful. So I just want to make sure that's not canceled or anything. We'll put the links to that in the description as well. And what about in 2022? There's be more things coming up?
Yeah, we usually have 3 to 5 conferences a year. That may shift a little for 2022, but
Sure.
we're still planning on having at least 3.
Great. Awesome. So if you go ahead and look at the links, and then we go ahead and just check it out. But thank you for being on. I'm just going to close it out here by saying that you really kind of inspired me from the very beginning, tribal leadership. But now after this talk, I feel a really high sense of validation what we're doing. And thank you for speaking to all the audience, the physician audience. So you're doing a wonderful job. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shane.
All right, before the next interview, who do you know needs this wonderful information? By sharing this summit, you can help your colleagues also grow, scale, and optimize their practice. Everybody, I got my good friend Tom McCarthy here. So excited to have you. Tom has been called the world's leading high-stakes performance coach, which is a big deal. He is the author of The Breakthrough Code, and he's the coach and advisor to some of the world's leading companies like Microsoft and Cisco, Salesforce, Wells Fargo, AIG, MetLife, and the list goes on and on and on. And so, Tom, so happy to have you here. Welcome.
Yeah, Chang, it's great to be with you. Ever since I met you a year and a half or 2 years ago, you've been very important part of my life. So it really is great to be with you today.
Likewise. Thank you so much. And I can't wait for our doctors to actually hear you speak because, I think we're so used to hearing other doctors' perspective, but I think you are a high performance coach. And I think we're all high performers as physicians, just naturally speaking. Otherwise, we wouldn't have really gone into this.
Right.
But you work with like the top-notch people who have scaled, who have really understood what it takes to team build and everything like that. And that's what we really want to get into. So let me ask you this. Why is it that whenever we talk about team building, it creates so much anxiety for a lot of people wanting to do it, and not only that, when they try to do it, even a most small amount of failure makes us almost like cower in fear. What is that feeling from?
Yeah. You mentioned a couple of statistics earlier when we were talking about the stress and the burnout that physicians face. And, they didn't come into their jobs or their roles. They didn't go to medical school to try and, have to manage a team, right? They wanted to heal people, and then managing a team kind of comes with the territory a little bit. And that's just more added stress. They're already under a lot of pressure trying to take care of people that aren't well and get them well or keep people healthy. And now you've got this human dynamic component where everybody's coming in that's working there, and they're bringing their own issues into the practice, and the physician has to make sense of it all. So culture is really important. And there's a couple things we can talk about today. One is, how do you create that winning culture, a culture that makes your job more fun as a physician, that it just is more, people are more engaged. They enjoy being at work more. For the physician, it just is enjoyable. And that's what I hope we can delve into today.
Yeah, absolutely. Because honestly, like most medical practice, if we talk about statistics, most medical practice, when they hire someone, they only keep a new hire that's a medical assistant for about 3.5 months. And that's what the turnover is. And the turnover is massively high. And that's why, you got 44% or 46% of physicians burnt out, 7 days a week. And if you talk about 4 days or more per week, it's over 86%. And this is the study that was done at Mayo Clinic. And so here's the thing, I think that when we as physicians get very narrowly focused as doing the things that we're trained to do, and we want to develop things for ourselves, allow creativity. Here's something that you may not know, Tom, is that when we become a doctor, we're taught you should only do the standard of care and don't go outside of it. And that's the way we actually practice medicine, don't go outside the guidelines. But from a leadership perspective, creative perspective, it seems to be the opposite. At least that's what I experienced. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, look, with leadership, when you talk about people coming into a practice and only staying 3.5 months, and then you got to hire somebody else, that is freaking stressful. That really is going to stress anybody out, that especially if that person was really a talented person that you would have wanted to keep later, or longer. So I think that one thing or a couple things for people to think about as doctors and creating a culture. When you hire somebody, you want two things. Number one, you want competency. You want people to be, whether it's a physician assistant or whatever role, they're a secretary even, you want someone to be very, very competent. You're not going to function well if they don't have competence. But you want something else too. You want them to fit into the culture. You want them to embody the values or the principles that you have as part of your practice. Now, here's the problem. Most physicians, most practices, heck, most companies that I work with haven't thought through their culture. They don't really know what it is. I ask them, do you have a culture? They go, yeah, we've got a culture. Well, what is it? I don't know. And maybe even years ago, they put together like 6 values and they stuck them on a wall. But I'll ask them, hey, what are your values? And they go, they want to look at it, but they know that would be silly. They don't really know what the culture is. So one of the things I think would be important for practices to do, and in really any business. I literally just got back from San Francisco last night, and I was up there working with a part of a company called Salesforce, and we defined their culture. This large group within Salesforce, we put together their culture in about a day. But the way I like to do it is you have 3 statements that embody the behaviors that you want from people that are going to be part of your culture. And then you measure those. Once you're clear on what the culture is, you can measure it. So this assistant that's coming in, what role did you say only lasts 3.5 months?
Medical assistant.
Yeah. So this medical assistant that's only lasting 3.5 months, what if there were and let's say that they're an A player. They're very competent and they've got a lot of talent. What if there were a culture that when they came into it, they could see it, they could feel it, they could experience it, they could fall in love with it? They wouldn't stay 3.5 months. They would stay a heck of a lot longer. And you know what? They wouldn't even leave if someone offered them, a couple bucks more an hour. If the culture is strong enough, it keeps people engaged, and it's so much more fun for the leadership, for the physician, and the physicians have to be leaders. Everyone's looking up to them, so they have to embrace leadership.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And I'll tell you, I experienced that kind of firsthand. Is that when we first started, we had relatively high turnover because there wasn't really a culture that was stated.
And I thought, just like most other physicians, when you first start out, that, hey, when you start a medical practice, my job is to kind of save lives and help patients, and that should be just the culture. But that's not necessarily the culture. That's just job description, right?
Yeah.
And so, when we started defining what our core values are, where our cultures are, people started buying into the process. And I'll tell you, I'm really, really like emotionally proud of my team, because we went through some hard times during COVID last year. And last year at this time was not a pleasant time. And we had a group, a third of my team said that, listen, Dr. Ron, we want to do what's best for the company. We pulled our money together, and actually we'll work for free for the next 3 months if you want to do this.
Yeah.
And then I just started bawling my eyes out. I'm like, this is such a great family to have. It's a great culture. And then a week later we got the PPP and we didn't have to do that. So thank God the energy is out there. But I experienced that firsthand. It was very transformative. I'll never forget that moment for the rest of my life. And I'm going to tear up even talking about it.
Yeah.
But I think that's the culture that I experienced. And I just don't want to let go of that,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, you've done an amazing job. And first of all, you have a huge heart. You are a true physician, not just in the academic sense or the scientific sense, but with the emotions that you have and the confidence you bring and just your love for humanity and other human beings. And that also is what you have for your team. And, no doubt that they would want to be part of it and even forego their salaries to make your clinic continue to survive when it looked a little iffy. But that's what a great culture looks like, Cheng. You've accomplished it there.
I think it was by accident, because I didn't really know what I was doing at first. But let's talk about this for a second, because I don't want myself to be a unicorn case, because I'm not.
Yeah.
So what are really the attributes of having a winning culture and winning team members? What are they really like?
Yeah. So I like to imagine a 9 block. So, 9 block, you've got an x-axis, a y-axis. On the y-axis, we measure competence. So I'm going to go from my left to right. Maybe it might be different for you, but you evaluate people in any role. So it could be the receptionist, the medical assistant, the lab technician, whatever role they're playing, they're going to have different skill sets, but some are not very good, like they're low performers. Some are mixed, they have their good days, they have their days not so good. And then some are high performers. Now, obviously, you want a culture that would attract and retain and keep a high performer, kind of like the Tom Brady, right? At his position, he's been a high performer for a long time. The Patriots didn't keep him, right? And he went and won another Super Bowl with Tampa. But you want to evaluate where is somebody on the performance, and that's what most people do. That's typically all they do. All right, is this person doing the job? Yes or no? What we do, as I mentioned earlier, is we add another measurement tool, and that is the y-axis, where we're measuring alignment with culture. Some people, and we'll start down at the bottom left, they don't align with your culture. Like they walk in and the whole energy leaves the room, like it's just a bad vibe. And then some people kind of do, they kind of don't. We'll call that mixed. And then you have people that align with your culture. So ideally, the best practices, the best companies, the best teams are stockpiling people on their team that are high. So we're going to go upper right-hand corner. They're high performers and they fit your culture. And then the other people that we're willing to take on, because as a leader, you want to be a coach. So you're trying to move them over. So the other level is that block right to the left. So the upper right block is high performance, high culture. And then right next to it is high culture, mixed performance. That person might need a little more experience, some coaching on how to do their role, but they've got potential to be in that high level. Now, are we asking everybody to have the same skill set? No, because the performance metric, you're gonna have a different skill set than your medical assistant as the physician, right? So you figure out what those are. You make sure you get high performance, because here's what we don't want to have. We don't want to have someone who's really a nice person, fits into our culture, but can't get the job done. That'll kill a practice. The other thing that could potentially kill a practice, though, unfortunately, is someone who's really skilled at what they do, but they're like, I hate to use this term, but they're like, a chronic disease or a cancer in terms of what they bring every day, in terms of energy and alignment with culture. Now, the thing that you have to do, though, Cheng, is you don't want to say, all right, you're a good fit for my culture, you're a good fit for my culture, you're not, and then they ask you why, and you go, I don't know, it just feels like you're a good fit. I just don't really like that person's energy. That's not fair. So what I work with teams to do is to say, all right, what are the behaviors you want everybody to have? And they could say things like, be constant learners, creative, focused, gritty, can work through things, courageous, whatever they are. And then we take all these behaviors and then we try and compile them. Like say, all right, well, you said gritty, and then, we also have determined. Are those kind of the same things? And then we start lumping them together. And what I like to come up with at the end of the session is 3, I call them mantra statements. A mantra is something you repeat over and over again. Everybody knows it. So 3 mantra statements that call out the most important behaviors that make us unique as a culture. And so then we create those, and we like them to be kind of quirky. So not like the standard, we work hard. Like, okay, great, right? Like, what? Come on, let's come up with something more unique and different. And that's what we just did with Salesforce. And we've done a ton of these with different companies, and I think practices can do the same. And when it's quirky enough, people remember it. And they also take pride in it. Yeah, that's us. Like the Salesforce group, one of the ones I remember that they put together, and this may or may not work in anyone else's practice, but they had, one of their statements was, we play with our hands free. Now, what does that mean? See, it's quirky enough for you to go, what does that mean? Oh, let me tell you what it means. And what it meant was this one of the leaders had that as one of their statements, and the whole team adopted it. But like, when you're tight and you're just trying not to make a mistake and you're trying to be too perfect, which maybe in the medical field, that is what you want. I don't know. But when they're sellers, right? They're selling Salesforce software. And when they're too tight and they're going into a client meeting, they're not natural. They're not creative. They lose their mojo. And so this person's like, hey, we play with our hands free. And if you're going to make a little mistake, it's okay. Again, probably not right for medical practice. But, if you're going to make a mistake, make it early so you figure out what it is so you can now try something else. Maybe it is right. Like if you're trying to heal somebody,
yes,
like let's figure out what doesn't work quick so that we can get to the next thing. So that's just one idea of a little statement where now everybody, look, we're going to play with our hands free. Now, the last thing I'll say, and I know I've been talking a long time, when you create a culture, you're not trying to create it for the masses. You don't want every medical assistant to go, yes, that's right for me. You want someone to go, no, I don't want that. That's not the kind of culture I want. So there's some people that don't want to play with their hands free. They want to be dictated and told what to do every single minute. But that team doesn't want those people. They can go somewhere else. They want people that want to play with their hands free, that want to be creative and curious.
I can't think of a better term. Playing with our hands free. And so, but what you said earlier was absolutely true, even for medical professionals, because yes, we got to have room for some play here, even in practicing medicine, because it's still called practicing medicine.
Yeah.
And even from surgeons and stuff like that, a lot of the interactions, we have to have some play here, and we have to focus on the things that we desire in our culture. So, today, for example, once a month we have a culture day. I call it our Grand Rounds Day, and we put out the 6 human needs of how we communicate with ourselves, between ourselves, our family, and our patients. And we had a lot of emotional conversations behind it, but that's part of our culture, is that we want to be unapologetically us, but connected at the same time.
I love that.
And that's the way that I've always been. But I also appreciate, because I have another friend who's in private practice, is not like that at all. But that's okay, because he has his own set of cultures that's allocated to him, and that's totally fine. So when he asked me, hey, do you know of any good medical assistants to hire, I was like, well, first of all, we are two very different leaders.
So what
I think is good, it may not be necessarily good for you. So I wanted to kind of warn that for a second. But is there like a structured stage that companies or teams go through to ultimately becoming that high performer, or is it just kind of random?
Yeah. I think creating the culture is the foundational step. Okay. Culture and strategies start with that. Then you do what I call surround yourself with winners. And a winner is someone who does, again, just that little 9 block. You can draw one out. You can even evaluate your own team right now. As long as you have the culture clearly defined, you don't want to make it random where you're judging them and they don't even know what you're expecting. But surrounding yourself with winners is critical. Think of somebody that's not embracing your culture, showing up to work every day. They're literally draining the rest of the team, and probably you too. So you surround yourself with winners. And then assuming you've got winners, now you come to this, what we call our third step, which is you mold the people you have into a winning team. Now, even though they're winners, they might not be a team yet. And so there's 4 stages that teams go through. And this is important to know, because sometimes you're not in that high performing stage and you feel like you're failing. You're not. It's just growing through the progressions. So the first stage is the forming stage. And actually, teams come back to the forming stage quite often, because anytime even if you're a high performing team, if you hire some new assistant or a new doctor to come into the practice, you now have a new team. It's not the same team. You go, well, no, it's pretty much just one new person. It's different. Everybody has to get acclimated for it to be a team. So the forming stage is where we're kind of learning the guidelines, we're learning the culture. It's like that you're getting ready to have a new baby soon. And, what I use the example is like the first day of school and first grade. People are showing up. It's like, okay, what do we do here? And the teacher's, waiting for them. And some are like really excited. Some are scared. Some are clinging to their mom. And everyone's kind of have to learn. It's just, we're forming up. We're creating something new. And the next stage is actually progress, but it doesn't seem like it. So the next stage, after you form up, now you storm. There's like some disagreements, right? Why do we have to do it that way? The other place I worked in did it a completely different way. And so there's like, bashing up against each other. It doesn't have to be brutal, but it's uncomfortable. Guess what? That is a perfect stage for growth. And actually, if done right, it can elevate everybody. Think of the best ideas you've ever had. It's probably, I know my best ones are not ones that originated within me. Part of an idea might have originated, but then, I talk with you or I talk to someone else and you give me an idea that like bashes into mine, like, whoa, okay, what's going on here? And then I have to figure it out. And that's what storming does. That's a second stage. And then the most dangerous stage. So storming doesn't feel too good. It's like, the kids in first grade, they're talking and they get lectured to, and it's like, whoa, or they get in trouble or they have to sit in the corner. And so it's a little uncomfortable for the teacher and for the kids, but it's how we learn and how we grow. And then the third stage, I think, is the most dangerous stage. It's called norming, where you get out of storming, and you get comfortable with everybody. You go, hey, we made it. This is high performance, but it's not. It's a trick. You've just normed out. You've just kind of settled down, and there's a whole nother level of performance. It's called the performing stage, but most teams, unfortunately, they think they made it. They settle in. The leader doesn't push for more or encourage more, and so they just stay there. The best leaders will challenge people, not in a mean way, not in a discouraging way, but in a way that, we've got more in us. Let's go for even more. And it's funny, I play little games sometimes with people where I get a little ball and we gather them in a circle, and I go, hey, everybody's got to pass the ball from one person to the next. You only get to pass it once. This is a good game to play with your team, by the way. You only get to pass it once. You only get to receive it once, and you can't pass to someone standing right to the right of you or to the left of you. So they come up with a little, they get together and they talk and they go, okay, let's do it this way. And they pass it around. And let's say there's 10 people and they do it in 12 seconds. And they think they've done a great job. And I go, all right, hey, great job. And sometimes I even create competitions. I'll do 2 groups and I go, who's the fastest? And someone will do it in 12 and someone does it in 10. And the 10 are like, yeah. And they're all part of the same team, but they're so proud of themselves. I go, okay, great job. Hey, now do it in 5 seconds. They go, what? 5 seconds? Come on, we just did it in 10 and we worked really hard. And so now what do? They go in there and they storm, because I don't want to let them just storm. They storm, they go and try no, that won't work. Try it this way. And then eventually what happens, they come up with a way and they get to 5 seconds. And now they think, world record, 5 seconds. Come on, how can anyone do it any quicker? The reality is I've had groups do it in about 1 second because I keep pushing them. And that's what you have to do is you have to keep breaking the paradigm for people to get to high performing and stay at high performing. But that's the ultimate level of having a team.
This is so counterintuitive because you said norming is a dangerous stage where you come into, hey, we made it as a normalcy. I feel like that we're all trying to get to this this norming stage. And it's very interesting that you're saying that a good leader challenges people in the norming stage. Like I said, it's to me, it's very counterintuitive. And maybe it's counterintuitive because that's kind of the way I was taught, through medicine.
Yeah.
Let's rewind for a second, because when you start forming, and then you start the growth process and people start kind of butting heads. You said that could be a very constructive stage. I feel like I fear it because of so many conflicts, right?
Yeah.
I just kind of walk me through how can that stage actually be constructive to go to further.
Yeah. Now, if it's mass conflict, that's different. But we're talking about somebody maybe challenging a rule.
Okay.
Let's take that example first of all. So somebody challenges, a rule or challenges our culture.
Yeah.
It can be like if we just go, oh no, it's okay, don't worry about it. You can, just settle down here. And all of a sudden, you don't really have a culture. But if it's like, hey, why do we have to do it this way, or why do I have to be nice to my team members, right? Something like that. Why do I have to be a good person? I get the job done. Why do I have to do that? So that's a form of storming. I say, well, because it's more than getting the job done here. We can get people to get the job done. And there's lots of people who get the job done. We also want to have a camaraderie. We want to have an energy. We want to be around people we like to work with, and we want to be inspired by team members. And so a couple things happen there. This person can go, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. They may embrace it. They may not. And you might have to move them out of the business. So that storming stage, what happens though, the benefit of that happening is everybody sees the culture being challenged and they see how you reacted to it.
Okay.
You didn't go, hey, wait a minute. No. This person doesn't have to be nice because they're really good at what they do. We're going to let them not be nice. Everyone else be nice, not them. You have no culture when you do that. So even just that example of the storming created a learning and awareness. It maybe caused a tough decision because you might be going, that would be a hard person to lose. Maybe that role is hard to find. But guess what else is hard to find? Losing a bunch of other people because you keep this person on board, and their behavior just drives people away. No one wants to be around bad energy. Also, the other thing I would say is just as a physician, whatever your culture is, the number one indicator of whether it's a strong culture or not is your behavior. Like, do you live up to it? Do you embrace it? That's going to be really important.
Yeah, that's a hard one for me because I think as I developed the company, I realized that I've learned so much about myself and the qualities I have within me, which before I saw them as weaknesses, they were just growing pains, I think. And as physicians, this is what happens with physicians. So we come from a very structured setting: elementary school, middle school, high school, college,
medical school, residency, fellowship, and then you're done. And all of a sudden, we're left with a completely disarray of a lack of structure. And so what happens, a huge population of people who finish end up being in academia, which is continuing the same structure, but not everyone likes that structure. So there's some people like myself who kind of veer off and do our own thing. And the minute we do our own thing, we all of a sudden, all the things that I value before, which is accelerating through academia, no longer applied, because it's a very lonely world. I'm just looking out around myself. I'm like, this is such a lonely time to be, because I am outside of the comfort zone. And not only that, there's very few mentoring programs or people to walk a lot of people through this. And a lot of the private practice docs are also burnt out as well. That's where that tinge of hopelessness comes in. And so whenever we think culture, we think back to like residency and fellowship and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, those cultures weren't very good. Maybe some were, but majority of the people I talk to, where it's like there's a lot of people who are in higher positions who are very like bullying to the lower positions. We see it with charge nurses to regular nurses, from department heads to attendings and down to fellows, and it's like this jumping of like brutality that exists, and we think that's a normal thing within our culture. So we have to completely change our mindset. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I think that's probably one of the most dangerous aspects of being a physician. You're supposed to be this leader. You're supposed to make great decisions, and a lot of people think that comes with, I need to have a big ego. I need to always be right. I need to be on this pedestal above everybody else. And number one, it's not that reassuring or not as reassuring to a patient, because they don't really feel your heart. As a leader too, people will maybe do what you want them to do, but they're doing more out of fear. They're not doing it out of wanting and caring for you. And one of the things, another part of my leading winning teams model is you have to be the CEO of your team. Now, a lot of people go, CEO, Chief Executive Officer. Yeah, that's my title of my practice. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about their Chief Emotional Officer, their Chief Energy Officer, their Chief Engagement Officer. So it's actually CEO to the third power.
Yeah.
And, you are, I have someone on my team that just pinged me today, said, hey, can I talk to you over the weekend on a personal matter? Now, do I want to do it? Not really, right? It's my weekend. But am I going to do it? Hell yeah, I'm going to do it, right? This person's got something where they need some help. I don't know exactly what's happening for them, but I'm going to go and take that time to do that. And then you just spot, like when you come into your practice, you want to be noticing. I mean, we're healing everybody else. People come in with wounds. People come in with ailing family members, or somebody, treated them poorly in a relationship. Now, I'm not saying we have to, be there every minute of the day for them, but a kind word or a question, and do you need anything? Things like that. As a CEO, just being able to spot through body language, through the way they're talking, who needs to have their story changed, who needs to be picked up a little bit. These are all things that are really important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So speaking of CEO, because I made the mistake earlier on, like just most physicians do as well, that because I'm deficient in this part of whether it's business or management and stuff like that, I'm just going to cover it up by hiring these people, and I'm just going to let them do their thing. Mm-hmm. I realized that was a mistake, and then when I corrected the mistake, things became better. So I feel like there's a lot of things that doctors delegate to outside people, or maybe hire into positions, but then they don't act into that CEO role. So what do you think are some things that CEOs or leaders should not delegate?
Should not delegate. Well, I mean, listen, I'm a big proponent of delegation. And when you delegate, though, you want to have somebody that embodies the culture, right? That will, be a kind of a co-CEO or a sub-CEO for you. But there's things like, Well, if you look at what inspires people to stay engaged, the Gallup did a survey quite some time ago, and they came up with some reasons why people disengage. So in an average company, average team, probably average practice, you've got about 2 people working in the practice that are engaged, that are into their work, that are doing their best, for every 1 that is disengaged. So right. 2 to 1. Yeah, 2 to 1. Actually, let me make sure I'm getting the numbers right. So yeah, 2 to 1, and actually 2 to 1 might be 2 to 1, I think. Oh yeah, 2 to 1 is the average. Okay. Peak performing teams, 10 to 1. Wow. 10 people engage for every 1 person that's pulling the team away. Now, why do people stay engaged and why do people disengage? Well, one of the things, I'll just give you a couple. One of them is positive feedback. So the average leader doesn't give enough positive feedback or encouragement. I'd call it feedback or encouragement. Because sometimes they didn't do anything great, but just like, hey, I know you got this, right? Come on, you're built for this, things like that. The average leader probably does maybe 1 to 1. There was actually a study that was done at company Pacific Care. I think they've now been absorbed by United Health, but I was working with them, and we took the top 10% of leaders in that organization in a big department there, and we just looked at them versus the bottom 25%, and we said, what are the differences? And one was in their feedback. The bottom leaders were basically 1 to 1. Like for every constructive or negative thing they said, they put out a positive or some sort of positive feedback or encouragement. And the top leaders, though, were 4 to 1. They would walk in and they would notice someone doing something, and they would not just walk by and go to their office. They would say something, and they would say, hey, great job. How did you pull that off? That was amazing. Or maybe something someone did yesterday. Well, the way you handled that patient that was really afraid, that could have been a clinic. What was your strategy there? And by the way, the one thing you want to do whenever you give positive feedback, whether it's to someone on your team or to your daughters, in your case, Chang, or anybody, is notice what they did, say, great job, I love the way you did that, and then ask them, how did you do that? Why is asking them so powerful? Why do you think?
Maybe it's open-ended question to entice thinking, or why?
Yeah, they have to remember how they did it. So they're going to be more likely to do it again, plus that extra 30 seconds you spent there listening to how they did it just makes that positive feedback feel so much better to them. But positive feedback, you should be 4 to 1. Well, how can I be 4 to 1? How do I notice all the great stuff? Hey, some of it's encouragement, but just be focused on going into your practice every day. And what you go, I'm an introvert. I'm not a real positive person. Well, you better change that, or you're going to lose people. So just find people, just connect with them, even for 2 seconds, and just kind of light them up a little bit in the day. Another thing is asking for feedback. As a physician, you're used to being the one, telling people what to do. And I'm not saying, you're dealing with a person with a really critical condition and you ask the receptionist, hey, what do you think we should do here? Not that type thing. But you can ask the receptionist, hey, what's a better way to set up the waiting room? Have any ideas on that? I've been thinking, that we might try something different. I had a couple ideas, but what do you think? Because when you ask people for their opinion, they're now more bought in, they're more engaged. And you can find little ways to do that throughout the day. Those are just a couple things you can do.
Oh, I think that's massive. A 4 to 1 is actually a really good place to start, because that's something I can track myself too. I do think that I definitely need to encourage more, and I already do, but I think that it just needs to be more consistent basis. And I think, I'm a big believer, track it and hack it. So definitely going to stick to that 4 to 1 at least, right?
Now, I don't know if people can track it. Here's what I just tell people to do. Focus on getting more positives out. We're all going to have our own negatives. Like, I don't know what my ratio is. I did know, like, when my son was growing up, and I learned this, I'm like, man, I'm beating the heck out of this dude, right? Because my son's awesome, but he would challenge me on everything, and I'd just like man up on him, and this is the way we do it, right? And I wasn't noticing any of the great stuff he did. I was just like finding all the things that were irritating me And I just said, you know, I got to get a lot better. I got to notice different things he's doing really well, and notice even the fact that, you know, he challenges me. Hey, I love the fact you challenge me and don't like accept everything. I don't like it every single time you do it, but I like it sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah. So more positive than negative. So that at least that gives me an idea in my head what I should be doing. But you know, let's talk about coronavirus for a second. A lot of things have changed since COVID. A lot of businesses, we had to pivot. A lot of practitioners, all of a sudden, a lot of the things that we learned before no longer apply, right? And so we had to switch to telemedicine instead of patients coming into the office. We had to close off some of our service lines because we absolutely have to, because they're more elective procedures, which is a huge revenue stream for a lot of doctors. And so how do you keep your team engaged in this sort of time of pivot and crisis, where it's just kind of chaos everywhere? How do you keep them engaged?
Well, a couple things. One is just the end goal, like, you know, letting people know why we're going through this. I mean, not why we're going through it because of coronavirus, but why we're making these changes, and the ultimate end goal of where we want to be able to be, where we want to go to. The other thing I think that's really important is just, this is real life. I mean, this is like, you know, people think that, I used to think, you know, have the fairy tale existence, you know, one day you make it, you know, maybe it was, you know, someone thinks one day I graduate from medical school, or I open my practice and then, you know, I don't have to work for anyone else and now it's going to be all great. No. It's going to be messy. You're going to get your hands dirty. I still remember when my best friend had a child before I got married. And so he and his wife, I was visiting them, and I'm still this single guy. I'm, you know, 24 years old. And his wife and I are in this conversation, and she's changing a diaper. And as she's changing the diaper, she got some poop on her hand. And I'm just like in shock, like, you know, does she realize she's got poop on her? And she's just kind of talking, she's got poop on her hand. And I couldn't believe it. Like, you know, shouldn't you be freaking out? You got poop on your hand. Now I have two kids later. It's like, yeah, I've had poop all over, right? But life is you're gonna get poop on your hands, right? And no one knows it better than, you know, physicians. But it's messy. And the messiness is the beauty of it. One of my favorite things I teach people is there's always an advantage. Well, what was the advantage of COVID happening? And we had to do this and had to do that. You know, hey, happened in my business too. 98% of my business and the people that work for me, we're out around the world getting face-to-face with people. Guess what? Now it's 100%. Well, not quite, because I've done a couple live engagements recently, but it's about 98% we're on a screen with people. And we're having our best year ever financially. Wow, we had to flip it really quick. But I saw that coming in, because this is one of my philosophies. I said, there's an advantage here. Like, we should have probably changed more of our business to virtual years ago. Many doctors should have probably embraced telemedicine years ago. You were on the cutting edge. You did a lot of these things already. You just let the coronavirus accelerate your change. But medicine's going to continue to change, you know, and I don't know all the rules and laws and reimbursements and different things, but I know you're doing this summit because medicine will continue to change. You're trying to help people get ahead of that change, be the people that are benefiting from being first in line when change happens. And I think that's got to be the way you run your practice, though. That's the way I run my business, even though coronavirus showed me I wasn't doing it quick enough. And that's the way that the best people run, even the big companies. You know, they have a saying that if it ain't broke, break it. Like, break it just on purpose. Because I tell people, you will either disrupt or you will be disrupted. I don't want to be disrupted. I want to be the one disrupting. And I don't need to disrupt other people, but disrupting my own processes, my own thoughts, my own thinking, so I can be on the forefront of improving without needing a kick in the butt to get me to do it.
Yeah, so true. Because, it's crazy to think about last year and what happened and how much trauma I thought I was going to endure. But we also had our most profitable year.
I know you did. You did an amazing year. I'm proud of you.
Even without counting the money from the PPP and stuff like that. And it's because What I learned, and that kind of blew my mind. I didn't know why I didn't think about this before. It's not about revenue generated. It's about how much you keep at the end. And what we were able to do is we were able to lean down, cut out and trim out the fat. We went from 3 locations to 1 location. That 1 location was too big. We went from even to a smaller location. And all of a sudden, our profitability doubled.
Nice.
And then our culture became better, and we have this sort of massive bond that came from it. So, I'm very proud to say that my team and I, we truly blossomed from this situation that were seemingly very, very bad, at the very beginning. And yes, we had a lot of help. And then we had the engagement. We also had the engagement of our patients too. And I really have to thank my team for that, because we have such a strong culture and communication connection with the patients as well. So it's really this massive effort, but you're right. I should have done this years ago.
Yeah.
I should have trimmed the fat years ago. And I don't know why I didn't. So even though our team's a little bit smaller, our profitability is double, but that allows me to be more creative in thinking what's next. And that's what the summit is. It's all about what is next, right? For example, what coronavirus did is that it increased the adoptability of telemedicine in those people age 65 and over dramatically. So now you have market adoption of technology that wasn't really there before. Now, finally, more than 40% of age over 65 prefer telemedicine because of the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Right? And that was less than 10% prior to coronavirus.
I prefer it. I don't want to have to go in an office and wait. I'd rather be right here on an appointment. Yeah.
Well, Tom, you can't be older than 27, right? You look pretty young.
Yeah.
And so, I think that that's the lesson here, right? And the lesson here is that out of challenges comes triumph, and we just have to be resilient to do it. And from a leadership perspective, I mean, it's crazy to think that you were in San Francisco in a gigantic Salesforce building talking to this massive company about exactly what we're talking to right now, but it seems so congruent no matter the size of the company, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, an organization's an organization. Your practice is a team like any other team. You got to go, well, we're specific. And you've got skill sets that are specific. But at the end of the day, you're human beings. That's what you are. You're human beings. It's human capital that every day has a choice to either come in and do a great job and help humanity and heal patients, or they can come in and kind of, half-ass it. And, you are in charge of that team, and you're in charge of who gets on that team. You're in charge of the culture of that team, and you have a big influence on the level of engagement of that team. You can be one of those practices like yours. And that's why I'm so glad you're doing this summit, Cheng, because you really do have a model practice, not only in profitability, but just in culture, in the vibe. And you are the ultimate physician. You've got a huge heart. You're incredibly smart. And you combine those two things. It's not just head, it's head and heart. And I think the more that physician leaders understand that, embrace both those, you can be super smart and still care about human beings and help uplift them. It's going to lead to more profitability and a lot more fun. It's going to be more fun to come into the office every day, the practice every day.
Tom, thank you for the kind words. It really means a lot coming from you. And, I think, I'm under this always constant, never-ending improvement. And it's something that I truly value, but I really want to appreciate, what you're saying, your validation. So thank you very much for that. What we really need to do, and it's exactly what we did on this talk, is really come together across industries and say, what are the most successful attributes of leaders and what really works? Because in the end, a lot of this is just psychiatry and psychology, and moving people forward are in different stages. And it seems to be very congruent even across industries. So we as physician leaders aren't really we're special, but we're not really that special in the terms of uniqueness within our business model. Because I'll tell you, most of the doctors that I talk to, especially the physician leaders that I talk to, or physician practice owners, say, you know what, my business model is we're at the mercy of the insurance company. So are roofing contractors, right? We're at the mercy of our patients and stuff like that. I'm like, a lot of this is very similar
But we have to get like outside of our head, get a little uncomfortable, see what's across different industries and bring it together. And that's why we have so many different types of people, on this summit, and like yourself, Tom. And so let me ask you this last question before we get off. Is what is the most valuable lesson that you have learned recently that you wish you knew maybe 10 years ago?
Wow, that's a good question. So they're just on a personal level.
Yeah.
And I probably did know it 10 years ago, but I wasn't doing it. Now, as I get older, I do realize that we have these stories of who we are from, a lot of it's from childhood, like I'm great at math. I'm not great at this, or I'm an extrovert, not an introvert. By the way, I'm an introvert naturally. So a lot of my job is extrovert, just for those of you thinking that if you're an introvert, you can't, communicate. I mean, I learned how to do it. And so I think, but one of the things that I've learned recently, and maybe it's around leadership, is I've embraced it in the past, but even more now, is vulnerability. And I know as a physician, that's probably a little bit scary. Like, I can't be vulnerable. Like, that's weakness, and I've got to be strong. I've got to face all these things and not get too attached to it. And I'm not talking about getting too attached to it, but I'm talking about going down underneath where you are. When you say all these people are burning out, that's because they're trapping all these emotions and not feeling them, and not being human, and the body's just not meant to do that. The mind's not meant to do that. And so I'm probably speaking out of turn because people go, well, I know more than that on that topic than you do. But it is a passion of mine. So I do a lot of peak performance, and when people can go down in and see the pattern or the trapped emotion or the old memory they keep replaying over and over again and let go of it. Like, as a leader, I was not a good leader when I started. I was actually bad, which is why I discovered, I started discovering, like, what does it take to be a great leader? Because I was leading an organization when I was in my mid-20s, and I realized, man, I do not know what the hell I'm doing. Now, here's the good news. If you want to be a better leader, you can be. You go, I've never been a leader before. I wasn't the captain on my team. I wasn't, I wasn't the president of my class in school. So what? You can be a leader. It's something anybody can learn. You have to have a desire to do it. But here's what I believe. You should have a desire to do it, because you've got human beings every day that are showing up in your practice that are looking to be led. And to the extent that you upgrade your leadership, you're going to have people, and it's not just what they do in your practice. You're going to have people that you influence a big portion of their life. Think about how much of their time they spend at work. And so for me, it's a privilege to be a leader. The more vulnerable I've become, and vulnerable meaning, hey, I don't know everything. I don't have to know everything. I can keep learning. Just like being okay with that, it's made me a better leader. And so I think I just get better and better at that as I get older, and don't have to put up any front or airs or anything like that.
Yeah, that hits really close to home, Tom, because I think the more vulnerable I get, the bigger the blossom becomes within my team as well. And it's very counterintuitive, because I come from my family members are very stoic, don't show any emotion, be very militaristic, right? And then when I tried the opposite of it, I got a lot of positive feedback. But from a leadership perspective, I think vulnerability is definitely needed within the physician environment. Yeah. And physicians actually make terrible patients. Like, talk about doctors being actual someone else's patient. The compliance of that other person telling the doctor is very, very zero. It's almost close to zero, right? And so I think that we don't necessarily advocate for ourselves a lot. We feel like we have to hold everything in, that we have to bottle it, because that's the way that we were trained in this sort of hierarchical type of training system. But I just want to really challenge the people who are listening to this. Is I want to challenge you to be vulnerable with yourself, to be altruistic, and also vulnerable with your family, and to get vulnerable with your team as well, and see what really happens. And what you might find is that there's a spark that comes with vulnerability that's going to really ignite your chance to create something beautiful. So thank you, Tom, for saying that. I really appreciate that.
Fantastic. Hey, it's been an honor being with you. And as I mentioned, you're such a great friend, and I'm so excited you're doing this summit. You are a role model. I hope people will take what they learn from all the different speakers, and particularly from watching and listening to you, and they're going to have really successful practices if they do.
God, I hope so. Thank you so much, Tom, for being on. I'm going to sign off right now. Tom McCarthy, everybody, thank you very much.
Are you enjoying this summit so far? Let us know in the comments section below what you've been inspired by or what has helped you see things in a brand new light. I look forward to reading all your comments.
Everyone, I have Dr. Brent Lacey today. Dr. Lacey is a gastroenterologist who's absolutely passionate about helping physicians, like myself, succeed with business and personal finances. As a physician himself, as a gastroenterologist, he really understands how overwhelming it can really be to really step out of clinical training and into a career. And he's seen really firsthand the lack of education on how to run a practice, how to run your life, personal finances. And he's coached hundreds of families to succeed in building personal wealth and super stellar careers, and has spoken to physician groups and countries around the country on topics related to business and personal finance. He's the founder of the Scope of Practice website, and his goal is to help physicians learn how to grow their leadership skills, their business and personal finances. So it is my honor to introduce Dr. Lacey today. How you doing, Dr. Lacey?
Hey, Dr. Wan, I am excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's stuff like this, it's summits like this and conversations like these that really help physicians do better, be better, and avoid that burnout that we're going to be talking about. So I'm super excited to be a part of this.
Yeah, when I started thinking about what I wanted to include on the Physician Practice AI Summit, the first thing I thought about was burnout, because part of like upgrading a practice is you can't do it and be more burnt out, right? And so I feel like there's technologies that's available that we can adopt. There's all these different things that we can adopt to improve our practices. But today we're really going to focus on exactly what burnout is. And I think it's different for each person because we're all different people, different personalities, right? And so, I think that let's kind of define burnout. Like what is the definition of a physician burnout to you?
Well, like you said, there's a lot of different ways to define it. And I think it looks a little different for everyone. But as a basic concept, I think burnout is reaching a point where the amount of stress and frustration that you experience from whatever part of your life you're talking about, in this particular case, your career, exceeds the joy that you feel from working in that career. And so everybody has a different breaking point from that standpoint. Some people reach that point very quickly, very early in their career. Some people, it may take 10 years. Some people, it's specifically related to the job that they're at, or the boss that they work for, or the staff that they have under them. And so it can incorporate a lot of different factors, but it's that tipping point where the amount of stress is no longer balanced adequately against the joy that you feel. And that's what is bubbling up to the top.
Right. And I think when I talk to other doctors, I think there's a perception that burnout is something that you experience only in your professional box, right? But that's not necessarily true, right?
No, you can experience burnout in work, at home, with dealing with your community. So, for example, I know a lot of people that have experienced burnout with youth sports, right? So, I mean, we're both in Texas, and so between football and soccer and baseball, I have talked to a lot of families that have, they're doing 20 to 30 hours a week doing baseball practice and baseball tournaments and traveling to other states. And it's very easy to get burned out from that kind of thing too. So yeah, it can absolutely happen in any aspect of your life for sure.
Right. In medicine, and we see patients do this all the time, is that if they get diagnosed with something, especially if it's like a cancer or something that's really sensitive, that could be life-threatening, but a slow and indolent course, they say that, oh, I'm a cancer patient, not I'm a person who happens to have cancer. And I feel like with doctors, and including myself, I'm totally guilty about this. I was like, oh man, I'm burnt out. But am I really burnt out, or is burnout part of what I am, and do I have a choice in not being burnt out? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so that is one of the key distinctions that I make that I think a lot of people really miss out on. You see blogs, you see social media discussions all the time about physician burnout, and the thing that makes me the saddest is when someone says, "I am burnt out." It means that they have taken that on as a mantle, that it's become part of them. It's like a cloak that is enveloping them, or it's a fortress that has been erected to keep them, huddled inside. And it's really tragic when someone gets to that point, because they see it as a core part of who they are, as opposed to something that is a temporary state, something that is an emotional challenge, something that is related to the situation of the moment, right? It's related to their job at work, their boss, whatever. And so what I always try to tell people is that the key thing is to identify the burnout or the potential for burnout, but don't identify as burned out. You start claiming that mantle of burnout for yourself, and it becomes part of who you are. It is much more difficult to shake. And that feeling becomes a cancer that just metastasizes very quickly, and very quickly starts to consume your other thought processes. It can bleed over from work into home, into your community activities, and it's very, very dangerous.
So I'm guilty of that, right? I used to say, I'm burnt out all the time, especially when I'm trying to run my practice, start my practice, have multiple hurdles in it, and learned a lot along the way. And but here, I think here's the problem. I think the problem is that, like you said, you hear burnout in the media all the time, and you hear, 44% of doctors in the United States are burnt out. And now it's become like a normal place thing, right? And so why do you think it's becoming like so common?
So it's very interesting that you asked this question. I've asked this question of a lot of people who speak on this topic extensively. And the sense that I get from people, both from thought leaders in this space, as well as from just general physicians, is that this is not necessarily a new phenomenon, that this has always existed to a certain extent, but it has taken on a new form. And there are the expanse of what really crushes people's souls when it comes to the reality of the administration of medicine has really just exploded in the last 20 years in a way that it really wasn't present for the generation of our attendings. So, when our attendings were in residency and in fellowship, they were all working 100 hours a week. And so you hear a lot of folks who are in their 60s and 70s talking about, oh, well, you kids have it easy, all these workout restrictions and things like that. And there's honestly some validity to that. I don't think that's even an unfair critique. But what wasn't present back then was the degree of administrative hassles, the regulations, the metrics, the sheer amount and volume of paperwork. It was just medicine back then. And you were exhausted because you were working so many hours, but you weren't exhausted because you were frustrated by the fact that you were basically becoming a scribe or a clerk instead of being a physician. I mean, I can work 100 hours a week as a physician, but I don't want to work 100 hours a week as a transcriptionist or as a social worker or as a secretary. And there's nothing wrong with any of those professions, but that's not what I signed up for. And I feel like that's a lot of what medicine has become. And I think a lot of physicians are reeling from that.
And especially with the embracing globally of electronic medical records and EMRs, I think they had a good attention at first, but now the tool is being used to do a lot of different monitoring, different things. And the practice of medicine is so different. And I think you're right, because, if I'm sitting there, I'm typing I use eClinicalWorks, I'm typing on eClinicalWorks and I'm jotting away and I'm doing my templates, stuff like that. You realize that there's a lot of burnout just from that documentation and doing this paperwork that didn't necessarily exist before. So, so I think the technology has changed. So as the technology advanced, unfortunately, burnout, I think, worsened as well. And not only that, there's social media, right? So I think there's something that in marketing we call it perceived value. So the perceived value of a physician, especially after 2019 and 2020, has gone down. This is in multiple different surveys. There's physician mistrust. There's actually physician to physician hate going on social media. There is a lot of just negativity talk around the matter. And I think this is the time where everything is being questioned, the cancel culture, if you will, right? And I think that what arises from the coronavirus in 2020 into 2021 is an explosion in the next 5 to 10 years of a cancel culture that's really targeted at the highest level of professionals, which are physicians and other people within doctor degrees and stuff like that, because of just such value that's placed on individuality and voice rather than looking at powers of authority. So I think that's a big deal, going into 2022. And so, but I think the other thing is that, yes, there's technology has changed, right? But I think personal finance has also changed, right? The way that money is saved, and all the distractions that are out there, and cryptocurrency and all those different things that a lot of physicians like to talk about in my circles, a lot of that has changed. And so let's talk about, how does actual personal finance and financial independence actually contribute to burnout?
So it's interesting. It takes a few different forms, but the primary form is just another layer of added stress. And so what I see from folks is that, when you're coming out of medical school, when you're coming out of residency, the average amount of medical school debt is over $250,000. And recognize that's average. There are a lot of zeros averaged into that, right? So folks like me who are on military scholarship, folks who are doing MD, PhD programs, folks who got, big scholarships, there are a lot of zeros averaged into that. So the average amount of medical school debt is probably closer to 300,000 really. And so all of a sudden, you get out there, you have your attending paycheck, and you're like, yeah, I'm making some money. And then you look and you're going, but I've got to pay $4,000 a month to Sally Mae. Are you kidding me? Right. And that is incredibly stressful. I mean, our attendings never had to experience anything close to that. I mean, the cost of tuition, the cost of living has just exploded. And so that contributes to burnout in the sense that it weighs on you. It's another thing weighing on you. And the way that I kind of think about it, it's like a wagon wheel, okay, or like a bicycle wheel. You've got a lot of spokes that are going out. You've got a personal finance spoke. You've got a career spoke. You've got a family spoke. You've got a church spoke. You've got a community spoke. And if any one of those areas, the spoke is broken, then the wheel is going to be flattened in that spot and your wheel's not going to spin right. So each one of these is a critical component of the entire burnout model. And so it's important to have focus on each one of those in balance. And so with the personal finance aspect of things, one of the things that I find, and this is something I do a lot of coaching on this, is people just experience tremendous amounts of stress over, how am I going to pay my debt? How, like last year, this came to really a big summit for people where a lot of folks are either losing their job or worried about losing their job or worried about getting replaced by nurse practitioners and PAs, or are actually getting replaced by nurse practitioners and PAs, all of whom I'm sure are very qualified. But this job security that they thought they had forever, suddenly it's not so secure. And that adds another layer of stress. And then it just contributes more to the mental and emotional weight that takes you away from other things. And so, if I'm sitting there coaching a patient through their Crohn's disease and trying to work through like, which biologic are we going to choose and why isn't this working? If I'm sitting there thinking, man, I wonder how I'm going to get to the end of the month and make my student loan payment and the kids' field trip, man, there's just expenses are just blowing up for me. I'm not focused on the patient. And so if you walk into a patient's room and you're dragging a huge student loan debt behind you, it's gonna make your focus start to drift. It really pulls you away. And I think it is one of the many things that contributes to burnout at work.
I think most of us can identify with that. I certainly can. When I have to pay Sally Mae a lot of money. My wife and I, we met in medical school, which means we doubled that $300,000 in debt coming out, right? And we were fortunate to come into situations where we were able to pay it off relatively early, but that took a lot of strife, right? So, speaking about that, there's nothing one can do coming out of medical school and then even residency with a large load of debt. Are there things that people can do to avoid this type of burnout by looking at the finances?
Yeah, there absolutely is. And I think it just starts with paying attention and just deciding to have a plan. One of the problems that I find most often for folks when I sit down for an initial coaching session with somebody, one of the most common things that people say is they feel stressed because they don't know what to do first. And then they don't know what to do next. And they don't know what to do 3 years from now. They don't have a plan. All they see is just this ruinous mountain of debt, and just fear over the unknown, or like, how fast can I pay this off? What is this going to look like?
Survival mode, man. We're just in survival mode.
Absolutely. And what kind of limitations is this going to place on my career? What kind of, am I going to be handcuffed to this job because I'm stuck and I can't afford to go anywhere else because I need the money to be able to pay off my student loans? And so what I think is the most important thing that people can do is sit down and start to make a plan. And so what I do typically for folks is I recommend starting with a budget. And I know that sounds very basic, and a lot of people hear that and they're like, no, right? It's one of those things. A lot of people are like, well, I should be able to figure it out. You can't. It doesn't work. It fails so often. It just is not effective. So it's really important to know exactly where you're spending your money, how much you're spending, and be intentional about it. So starting with the budget, I think, is key. And then the second thing I recommend for folks is come up with a plan for eliminating debt and decide that it needs to be a priority for you. So this business of, well, I'll just pay off the minimum amount and 30 years from now, it'll be gone. Don't leave that hanging over your head. Okay. It is just a lot of added unnecessary stress. So live like a student, live like a resident, and just knock it out. Be done in 3 years or 5 years or whatever. And it is just so freeing to have that weight lifted off of you. And then just start making step-by-step plans. Once the debt is gone, just start systematically every month, save for retirement, save for college for your kids, work on paying your house off early, and just do it little by little every month. I mean, it's just one step at a time, but over time, it'll absolutely add up. But that's really the key thing, is you got to have a plan. You got to sit down and make a deliberate step-by-step plan for how you're going to do this.
Sounds like a really overwhelming task. I mean,
it sounds overwhelming, but that's why it's so helpful to break it down into little smaller bites. Start simple. Start by making a budget. How much money are you bringing in every month? X. Great. So I need to allocate this amount for rent, this amount for food, this amount for utilities, this amount for my transportation, and whatever else my expenses are. Okay, how much do I have left at the end of the month? This much. Great. That's all going towards my debt. And then, if I get a bonus, great. That's going to go towards my debt. And you're breaking it into very simple chunks. You're not looking at, it's the analogy I like to use is the tool that you need is a lantern, not a lighthouse. And what I mean by that is, with a lantern, if anyone's ever walked through the woods with a lantern or walked through the woods with, just like a very small flashlight, you can only see about 3 or 4 steps ahead of you. That's what you need. You don't need to be seeing 25 years in the future. Start small. What is the next step you need to take? Take one step, get there, and then take the next step, and then take the next step, but focus on one step at a time.
Believe it or not, I've actually walked through the woods with a lantern, but possibly because I'm from China when I was a kid, right? So I don't know what
and I've done it from the Boy Scouts, so I guess we both got an education.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask personal questions about me. Then, our debt's paid off. We did the math. We lived below our means. We paid it off. But I feel like there's still a burnout, because here's what's happening. I talk to my friends. I have this wonderful group of ER doc friends. I have this wonderful group of intensive care friends, and they're mostly like shift work docs, right? So they paid off their stuff. They've been in the business for a while. They're some of them are in the mid-50s, but they still have financial burnout. Is because I think their perception is that okay, well, I would like a Maserati Gran Turismo, and I'm going to work 13 extra shifts, right? But what I tell them is, hey, that may actually burn you out, because yes, that is one of the outcomes that you have, but what is your 5-10 year plan here, and how do you expect to get there? So I feel like a lot of doctors, and after they gotten out of debt, they're still lost. Like, how should someone who's already out of debt, but having that mentality, I'll just work more, I'll have more hours, and they still get burnt out? Like, how do you approach a mentality like that?
What I find that is happening most of the time when people are in that situation is that they flip their budget upside down. So what you got to do is, when you're choosing what you're going to spend your money on every month, and don't call it a budget if you don't want to, call it a cash spending plan or whatever. But what you need to do is start first with your long-term goals. So long-term goals are going to be retirement, saving for your kids' college, and paying off your house. Those are going to be most people's big 3 long-term goals. And so what you need to do is, at the beginning of the month, you have X amount of dollars. And what you need to do is sit down and go through the process of figuring out, how much money do I need to save every month for the next X number of years in order to be able to retire with the amount of money that I want? How much money do I need to be saving every month to ensure that I can pay to go send my kids wherever they want to go to college, or however you want to do that? How much money do I need to be saving each month to pay off my house in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? Those things come out first. Pay yourself first. Then spend whatever's left. And the problem is that most of us, and this isn't exclusive to physicians, this is everybody, is that we spend. We're like, I want this, I want this, I want this. I need rent, I need food, I need utilities, and these are the things that I want. What's left over? Don't do that. Start with giving first. Okay, that's my first line on every budget, is giving. What is something that you want to, how do you want to give your money away? For me, it's tithing to my church. For some other people, maybe it's giving to charity, but that goes first, because if you don't put it first, it doesn't happen. And I personally think that generosity is one of the key features to building wealth, because generous people just are more successful. They are happier by and large. They are more attractive to be around. So put that first. And the next thing is saving and paying off debt, and make that a priority. And then decide you're going to accept living on whatever is left, but don't put the cart before the horse. That's one of the things that'll mess people up.
That's very counterintuitive, because you're like, give first, right? And then pay yourself, and then figure out some of the other stuff. And I think for most of us, it's the complete opposite, me included. I'll tell you though, my first step outside of the well of burnout for me was contribution, right? We started contributing to things and charities and events and stuff like that. And at that time, we weren't really financially anywhere nearing to do that. But it gave so much clarity on what I really wanted to do that it allowed me to look forward to sitting down and actually planning something. And then I stopped thinking about that Maserati Gran Turismo, even though I did get one ultimately. I stopped thinking about it, and I started thinking about, well, what can I do from a contribution side? And that's the time where I was actually trained under a Tony Robbins program, and there's talks about the 6 human needs, and one of them is contribution, which is contributing to the community. Another one's significance, and the one's variety. It's love and connection. But I was missing that contribution piece, and I didn't know where in my life was contribution. I wanted to really target the wagon wheels you talk about, right? And making sure that each part of my life is fulfilled, so that as the wheel turns, it's nice and smooth, and that contribution was missing. But the minute I did that, and I donated to a human trafficking program, by the way, writing a check, I'm like, I don't even have this money, but here it goes anyways. But that triggered my brain, like something about that triggered my brain to want to sit down and get my life in order. I had the best talk with my family, my wife, my dad, my mom, like I've had ever, and to really just come clean about that. And it's really a kind of a purging moment for me, and completely unexpected, because it's not my character to do that. But when I nurtured my love for contribution, that's where it is. And I thought I have plenty of contribution. I'm an integrative medicine primary care doc, so we contribute a lot to our patients. And so, but contributing to patients and is a different part of the brain as contributing to society, I feel like. And contributing to patients is, that's part of my vocation, it's part of my business, right? And I see it as something that's necessary for me to generate revenue, generate wealth. But contributing to society it's just like a different level, different flame, if you will, different color flame. But have you seen other people talk about something like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this holds true in all walks of life. So the biggest studies of millionaires that have ever been done, every single one of them shows that overwhelmingly people who are millionaires are exceedingly generous with their wealth compared to the average person in America. And that's not an accident. And it didn't start when they became millionaires. So I hear a lot of people say, well, oh yeah, they have a lot of money, they can afford to give it away. No, they all started that habit when they were really young, when they didn't have very much money. My wife and I we tithe to our church, and we've been doing that since we were in medical school, and we were still paying off loans. And so, and it was hard to watch that, some days, I'm like, okay, I know this is really important, but man, I wish I could just plunk this down on my student loan debt. It would get down so much faster. But, here's the thing. If you don't do it early when it's hard, you're not going to do it later when it's easy. I remember when I went to medical school in San Antonio, and I remember there was 1 week at church that one of the San Antonio Spurs came to visit, and he actually talked about that. He said, people say it's a lot easier. Well, you make $10 million a year. Of course it's easy. He said, it would not have been, there's no way that I would be willing to tithe on $10 million a year if I hadn't built up the habits, built up the muscles of giving when I had $10 and $10,000 and then $100,000. So you got to start that early. And by and large, like I said, the people who are generous with their time, generous with their talents, generous with their money are people who are more attractive to be around. They're people that you want to be like. They're people that you want your kids to learn from. They're people you want to study under. They're people you want to emulate. Those are the people who tend to succeed. I mean, generous people are just more attractive people generally. And so I want that for people. I mean, you know how this goes. I mean, giving money away, that's the most fun you can do with money. I would much rather be giving money away than spend it on stuff. It's more fun. But
you did it in medical school when you had nothing. We had negative, right?
Well, it's funny. John Rockefeller was was the wealthiest man in the world in the early 20th century, and he actually wrote about that. He said if he hadn't been generous with his money when he was making $1 an hour or $1 a week or whatever it was on his early job, he wouldn't have been able to be generous with that first $1 million. So build those habits early and make that part of your life, and then like you said, live beneath your means. So decide that you're going to give money away, decide that you're going to save it, and you're going to invest it for your future, and then decide you're going to live on whatever's left.
That provides a really good transition to the next thing I really want to talk about, because when you decided to give some of this money away, you better include your spouse or your significant other in this conversation before you do it, right? But which brings me to the topic of relationships. Man, I've seen so many relationships go south through the end of medical school and throughout all of residency. And I feel like it's so commonplace, and it was so normal, and it was kind of crazy because I was a chief resident, and I hear residents like making bets on which couple is going to last throughout residency, and no one likes to bet them to go through residency, no matter how much they like them, statistically speaking. Let's talk about relationship for a second, because I think relationships is that one thing that we don't like to talk about, even amongst our friends, because we almost feel shameful, I think, that if we talk about relationship, not talk about patients or cool cases with our other physician friends, that it's sort of a faux pas, if you will, right? But I want you to talk about on this show. Let's talk about relationships for a second, and how do we make sure that our relationships are nurtured and strong, because that definitely contributes to most people's burnout as well.
Oh, 100%. And it's one of those things that it can really sneak up on you, because medicine is an all-consuming profession. And if you don't have a medical spouse, it is doubly hard for them to understand. So, how come you can't predict when you're going to be home? You said you were going to be home an hour and a half ago. Like, yeah, but then I got this call from the ER and the person was super sick. And then I needed to go do a spinal tap, and my intern was having trouble with something, and it just stuff just happens, and so it's very hard, and so it's very insidious. It can really it can really just creep up on you. So it's something you have to be very mindful of and then be very intentional to combat. And I think one of the greatest pieces of advice I ever got on this subject is that the most important thing you can do is be present wherever you are. So when I'm at work, I'm focused on work. Okay. When I'm at home, I am not focused on work at home. I do not bring my work home. I don't answer phone calls except when I'm on call and my family understands. And that's something that we've discussed at length. And so, that's an expectation that when daddy's on call, daddy still works. But otherwise, I'm not on my phone. I'm playing with my kids. We're going out in the backyard and hitting the baseball. We're running around the house and doing pillow fights and just being goofy or whatever. But be present, be fully present wherever you are. And specifically, I think it's important to make time. And that's one of the things that's really key. It's very easy. And this is, you can kind of think of it like a budget, but you need to budget time into your week specifically to spend time with your kids and to spend time with your spouse. And it is so easy to let that time slip away. And it starts very small. It's like, well, I just need an extra 30 minutes tonight. I just didn't quite get to all my notes today. All right. Well, that 30 minutes becomes 3 hours over the course of a year or 5 years. Okay. It just consumes you. So you have to commit that you're going to only do work at work. You're only going to do home at home. You're going to be present wherever you are, and commit that you're going to devote that time only. Because once your spouse and once your kids start to doubt that you're fully committed when you're there, immediately that starts to erode the relationship. And so that's something we have to guard against.
I think the topic of resentment kind of comes in, right? And it has to do with our mentalities. And you see the same type of mentality in people who serve in the military. You see the same type of mentality of police officers. It's the hero's mentality. And I think the hero's mentality is that I place everyone else before me for the greater good. But what ends up happening is that heroes suffer tragedies. And a lot of times the hero's tragedy is that those who are closest to the hero tends to get hurt the most, because now not only are we putting other people ahead of ourselves, we're putting other people ahead of people who we perceive to be partners, right? And I think that they're very hard pill to swallow, but we see that all the time. And I even see this in professional athletes, these NFL players that we work with, that there's an image to really uphold here, and they perceive themselves to that hero. I suffer from that as well. And I think, look at the coronavirus. Doctors are called to the front line, which is a very military term, right? Frontline doctors, frontline nurses, and frontline this and that. And you're expected to serve at a level, and that's so commonplace in media. But what's not talked about is the amount of trauma that actually develops going through medical training, right? Going through residency. And that trauma just burdens personal relationships if you don't have that level of communications. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And so you've really got to be intentional about the communication aspect. And one of the things that I think is really helpful is to set and maintain and adjust expectations on a very regular basis. So, for example, it's very common when you're going through training that certain rotations are really going to affect you maybe a challenging way. So maybe you're rotating through the inpatient hematology oncology ward, and so or the pediatrics ward, and so you're seeing a lot of really sick people, a lot of really tragic cases. Well, that'll weigh on you in a serious way, and it's important to have an outlet for that and be able to talk openly about that with somebody. And if that's your spouse and you feel comfortable and they feel comfortable talking about that, then great. If not, then you got to find a way to unload that burden somewhere, talk to somebody about it. But it's helpful, I think, to be able to set those expectations on it and adjust them with your spouse on a regular basis. So for example, say, okay, well, this month I'm on ICU and we're 24 hours on and it's every third day. And I probably am just not going to see you very much, but I've got 2 days off in a row. 2 weeks from now, let's take the kids and we'll go camping, or let's take the kids and we'll go see your parents, or whatever. Right. So, but there's some give and take there. And I think having some grace as the non-physician spouse, and also having some intention to try to commit more to your family on the part of the physician spouse is really important. So it's really that give and take. And so you got to have both things. And the thing I always tell people is that the number one thing that you can do for your spouse is commit to love them and support them no matter what. Because as soon as you start to lose that trust, everything else is gone. And so when if you're the non-medical spouse, let's say, and you're in a challenging rotation or a challenging season. So like your surgery intern year, for example, is just going to be rough. It just is, right? And so having some grace for your spouse and some understanding for what they're going through is really valuable. But then recognize that those situations are going to change. And so your expectations should be able to change with it. But I think the more you can have those open and honest and frank dialogues about it, the more that you'll tend to be able to come together and overcome just anything that comes your way.
I think a lot of people listening, including myself, have gone through those stressors as well. So, dude, how do we start like rehabbing ourselves? Like, what do we do?
So it depends on what the situation is, but a lot of times, it just comes down to very open and honest dialogue. And so it's addressing what hurts are there, okay, and what areas have you failed to meet expectations, or has your spouse failed to meet your expectations? Are your expectations realistic? What are your feelings? What baggage are you carrying? What are the ways that you need to feel loved? What are the ways that you are trying to express love that maybe your spouse isn't understanding or catching? And so having those conversations becomes really, really important. And so this is where just having those dedicated times for just you and your spouse becomes really important. So are you committing to have times where, there's no kids, there's no TV, there's no phones, there's no work. It's just, we're just hanging out, we're just talking. Right. And so, and maybe it's not every single day that that's going to be possible, and that's okay. But commit to making that kind of thing a regular thing. Keep those lines of communication really open. Otherwise you'll end up in a situation where, you basically are existing separately, but living together, but living separate lives. So if you're constantly growing towards
married
other,
roommates, I call it, right?
Exactly.
That's the worst. Yeah.
If both, the only way that a marriage relationship can work, or that any kind of relationship can work, is if both people commit to putting the other person's needs ahead of their own. If either person violates that on a regular basis, then the relationship is headed for a problem. But if both people are constantly committed to making sure the other person's needs are met, if they're constantly focused on how can I serve them better, how can I love them better, how can I encourage them more, then the relationship will just work.
Serve each other, it sounds like. Yeah. And so, we talked about personal finances. We talked about relationships, and we talked about all those independent factors that relate to burnout. But I kind of want to talk about you, because you're an interesting person. You're a gastroenterologist, and you're talking with me on a podcast right now. You are doing coaching and stuff like that. Like, I look at you, I'm like, how do you do it all with such grace and talk about this? Like, what is your secret in doing this?
It's funny. I ask myself that a lot. Like, where do I find the time to do all this stuff? One of the exercises I like to recommend for folks that I think is really helpful is there's 168 hours in a week. So take a week or take 2 weeks and catalog what you do every hour of every day for a week. How many hours are you sleeping? How many hours are you driving? How many hours are you spending time with family? How many hours are you working with your spouse? How many minutes are you spending on patient phone calls? How many minutes are you spending on social media, on answering emails, on watching TV, on eating? And catalog every single activity. Okay. Then take a month's worth of your credit card receipts, okay, and your bank checkbook, and see what are you spending your money on. and then tally all that stuff up. And what you're spending your money on and what you're spending your time on are your current priorities. If you show me your calendar and you show me your credit cards and your checkbook, I can tell you what your priorities are. And maybe that's not what your priorities, what you want them to be. Okay, but that's what they are currently. And so I think it starts with taking a very hard look in the mirror and saying to yourself, okay, am I spending my money? Am I spending my time on the things that I really want to be spending my money and my time on? And if the answer is no, you got to figure out how to realign that. And so for a lot of people, what that ends up looking like, for example, at work, so you're asking, how do you find the time, is just becoming more efficient at work. And as soon as I said that right there, a third of the audience rolled their eyes into the back of their head and said, oh, here it comes. You got to be more efficient. How am I supposed to see you? 25 patients in 45 minutes, And right. So, and I get it. Listen, I get it. But let me ask you this. What's the alternative, right? What's the alternative? So either if you want something different, if you want a different situation, you have to do something different. That's the only way it can work. And so you either have to figure out how to leverage your EMRs better. You need to offload some stuff to your staff. You need to train your staff to bring you problems after they've been at least partially triaged. You need to automate as many things as you can. You need to eliminate unnecessary systems, and that goes for everything. And so if you can do some of those things, you'll find that you free up time in the middle of the day. But it starts with taking a really hard look and seeing, what are you actually spending your time on? What do you wish you were spending all your time on? And how can you start to make that conversion? Once you see where that gap is, you'll know where it is. And so if you're spending 30 hours a week, driving your kids to and from activities, maybe you're taking on too many activities. Maybe you need to make some hard choices and limit that. And it's the same thing with your money. If all your friends are debt free and they've got a big nest egg built up for retirement, and they're starting to go part-time at work, and you're not doing that. Is it because you have too big a house and too big a car and too much money in your private schools for your kids? None of those things are evil, by the way. I mean, if you want to put your kids in private schools and get a car, go do that. Go drive you a Tesla, go drive you a Maserati. That's fine with me. But there's only so much money, there's only so much time. And so if you're spending it in one area, you're not able to spend it in the others. So you just need to decide what your priorities are going to be and just decide to commit your resources to those goals.
That's super, super powerful. And I think, just like us logging time, I call it track it to hack it, right? You got to track everything. You got to track time, track your finances, create a budget, and track your habits and everything like that, because we honestly don't know, because 95% of what we do on a daily basis is driven by our subconscious ever since we were 3 years old, right? And so when I actually sat down and did it, and I actually put my time into categories, I call it categories of improvement, and which categories I wanted to improve, that really allowed me to find margin all of a sudden, where I was like, oh, okay, I was doing this. This is completely unnecessary. And completely unessential. And, complexity became the enemy of my progress ultimately. And I really just have to simplify things and see what's truly essential. But thanks for coming on. I like to ask at the very end, the same questions for most people, is if you were to talk to yourself 3 years ago, what would you say to yourself? What are the lessons you learned in the last 3 years for yourself?
I think the biggest lesson I would say at work is delegate sooner and more often. So I'm the kid from high school that was in a group project and said, I'll just do all the work and let everybody put their names on it because I don't trust anybody to do as good a job as me. I'm that guy. So yeah, and I think a lot of us in medical school are like, a lot of us that are physicians, I think, are like that. And that's something we have to let go, and we have to decide that A- work is good enough. B+ work may be good enough. Okay. If it's something that's coming from your staff, if it allows you to do A+ work on the things that only you can do, that is massively worth it. And so I had to learn to start letting go and trusting my team more, and offloading more from my plate so that I could spend more time focusing on educating my patients, on casting vision for the company, for strategically planning how we're going to hire and expand, and frankly, for being able to spend more time at home. And so that's the first thing I would tell myself is definitely find ways to delegate, automate, or eliminate things at work as much as you can. And then the second thing I would say is keep in mind, what your priorities are. And for me, my priorities are my faith, my family, and my work, in that order. And so, be sure to continue committing time to those activities. Make sure, set aside time to be able to go to church on Sunday, set aside time to have dinners with your family, set aside time to go visit your relatives, set aside time to have devoted time, just you and your spouse, and do those things because it is definitely worth it. I think those would be the big two things I would say.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for being on. Appreciate it. How do people find you and reach you?
So the scopeofpractice.com is the website. People can access the blog archives, the podcast, all the stuff that's there. And something I'll offer to anybody who's interested, a free guide that I put together just for this purpose for folks that are suffering from personal finance burnout. I've got a PDF guide that's called 3 Critical Tools to Level Up Your Family's Finances. It'll help you set a budget, help you set some long-term goals, and start having some of these money conversations with your spouse in a way that doesn't end in a fight. And so people can download that if they want at thescopeofpractice.com/no-money-fights. So thescopeofpractice.com/no-money-fights. And you can also get everything else on the same website there.
Awesome. Thank you very much for being on. Appreciate your time.
Oh, it was an honor. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Are you enjoying these presentations so far? Consider upgrading to the lifetime VIP access to the entire summit at a special discount right now. And remember, these do qualify for continuing medical education as long as you document it. You'll have on-demand access to all the interviews and bonuses forever. So you can go back and rewatch this and reference this incredible level of wisdom of so many people on this summit over and over again. Everybody, so glad to have someone special today. Wendy Fong, who's the founder and principal of Chief Gigs. So Chief Gigs is a company that offers fractional leadership for businesses and the people within the business to help businesses achieve optimal performance through leadership, through culture, in a dynamic and very diverse world, especially since what's going on during COVID-19. Wendy's had over 20 years of experience in culture change and leadership development, team effectiveness, strategy, and capacity building and operations. She's worked in a variety of customers, ranging from healthcare to financial services, but ultimately the same formula exists for most of the businesses. But she currently also serves as the chair of the United Against Human Trafficking, an organization that fights to end human trafficking through preventing exploitation and educating the community and empowering survivors. She's also the founding member of the Rice Executive MBA Parliament. And so really excited to have Wendy on here, really partake in this discussion of truly what does it take to create a culture of leadership within medical practices, within private practice, to accelerate us into the future. Wendy, welcome to the summit. Appreciate you having you.
Thanks for having me, Chang.
Yeah, so, we have been talking about so many different things on the summit. And one thing that we just haven't addressed yet is how do doctors work together in a practice, especially if there's multiple physician partners, which I have a lot of experience with as well. So, but let's get to like the pain points first, right? So what do you think are the most common causes of like the biggest tension between partners?
So one of the biggest issues that I've seen is expansion, right? Whether people are interested in acquiring or expanding, hiring more physicians, there's a lot of risk that comes with it. And most physician partners who have different levels of risk. So think of it as a continuum. On the one side, you're extremely comfortable with risk, and on the other, you're extremely cautious. That actually creates a huge amount of conflict. And I don't know that many physicians know that's what's stopping them. You could have someone who is very gung-ho about expanding or hiring or whatnot, and then another partner who keeps, reining them back in. And a lot of times they don't know that is exactly what's going on. So, sometimes it can be solved by more information. Sometimes it can be solved by self-awareness. But
that hits home for me. I've experienced this, and I've seen other practices have it as well. And I would say that's probably the most common thing, because here's the tricky part about, I think, the business of medicine. Because, you have a practice, and the practice grows, and then the doctor ages with the practice, and the doctor at some point in time gets either partners or gets hiring other individuals, right? And they tend to be younger. And then another generation later, there's even younger. Now you have almost 2.5 to 3 generations of doctors within the practice, right?
Exactly.
And not only is there a generational divide, which we actually on another part of the summit, we actually had a boomer versus millennial MD discussion, since I'm the millennial. We actually talked about this, but there's also, like you said, risk, right? And so the definition of risk is also very different between, generations. And I think the other thing is that I think there's not a great culture of communication really between physicians, because we're not really taught in a way we're taught to see patients, but are we taught in a way to get together for their greater good in terms of the business sense? No, because physicians are taught to always mitigate risk by sticking within a standard, right? Don't go outside the standard of practicing medicine, and which there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to the business side, it's so different. And whenever I think about the different generational divide, but also not even within generations, you have different risks. You could have one person who are thinking about going part-time next year and just want to keep everything stable because they want more of a family life. You have another partner who's like, hey, I don't have kids, I just want to go, but let's get more partners. But so that level of risk requires investment back into the company, how much money you want to hold back in the company. And so, yeah, I totally understand the dynamics of risk, but I'm sure there's answers to this, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll give you an example. I love telling stories. So one of my clients, they were expanding, they were creating a super group to bring on more doctors. And one physician in particular was more of the visionary. He was open to risk. He's also maybe more financially stable, right? And the other ones were really not into it. They know that it needed to happen, but they were almost kind of stopping it or whatnot. And so we did a team assessment to understand why are these conflicts happening. And we found that, some of us are guardians. So what a guardian is, you guard the process, you guard the current state, right? And some of us are innovators. And so figuring out having everybody agree on what the preferred future state is the number one solve, because then you can always ask, is this action going to get us there or not? If it isn't, we don't have to do it. But if it is, then we need to talk about how we're going to get there. But if everybody has a different idea of what the future state needs to be, that's the problem.
Yeah, but I find it really common that people are afraid of stating the future idea. It's like, oh, I'm a younger doctor. I'm a little intimidated to ask my senior partner, hey, is this where we should be going, or should we go in this direction, right? And I feel like the actual communication between partners is not great, and I think that comes from multiple things. And the one thing that really comes to mind, and we actually talk about in those sections as well, when it comes to burnout, is the way that physicians are trained. So we got medical school, and medical school, we're medical students, and we're very observant of the things that are around us. And then we see the hierarchy and the dynamics and the culture, not in a business, but usually in an educational institution, right? And so, and then we go into internship and then we see the same dynamics, and then we go into residency. So by the time we hit residency, we're like, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm not an intern. I'm so glad I'm not a medical student. And by the time you hit, chief residency, it's like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not a resident anymore. And then it's like stepping around the hierarchy, and all of a sudden we're attending physicians. And we just look around. I was like, damn, it's pretty lonely up here, But what we were taught is that there's a rank and a hierarchy. It's very militaristic, right? And so
outside the rank.
Yeah. But the problem with that is I would dare to say that most of the educational facilities in the United States who teach residents and doctors don't have the best culture, as well. And so we actually talked about this as well with Halee Fischer-Wright. Well, actually, her book is right here. It's called Back to Balance. And we actually talk about this. She's the head of MGMA. How a lot of the culture that we were taught may not be applicable anymore, especially during the pandemic era, right?
Right.
And so here's the question, though, and I tell you all this to say this: since we're so damn ingrained into who we think we are, can we really change who we are? What do you think?
So science says that we're pretty much who we are once we reach adulthood. And that's, how we're raised, and genetics contribute to that. But we can certainly stretch and adapt. We are who we are, but we can learn to adapt, right? And that adaptation comes from knowing who we are in the first place. So if we don't know who we are, then that's the problem. But if you do know who you are, then you can start to see, oh, this is where I am kind of stopping the process or reining somebody in. And what is it that I need to feel more comfortable about this expansion, about this new project or whatever? Maybe I need more information, then I'm going to ask for it instead of not really knowing, and not knowing how to express what I need. Yeah. But I definitely think we can stretch.
Yeah. So you said it best. I think, how you have to understand, we have to understand who we really are. That requires some level of emotional intelligence we're taught to avoid being physicians. And we're not specifically taught to avoid it, but we naturally do because of the lot of really messed up things that we see during training, during residency. And because of that, we acquire what technically are traumatic experiences, or I like to call them little T's or micro traumas. And these micro traumas turn out basically mold our subconscious state. So by the time we hit attendings, we're actually being very reactive to these micro traumas that we don't realize that's really there, which is the study of mind-body medicine. And so, but let's talk about the emotional intelligence. And I think you were calling it before we started, emotional quotient. Is that what you called it?
EQ, right?
EQ, emotional quotient. So can you kind of define that, and how do we increase our emotional quotient?
Yeah. So if you Google emotional intelligence, or the most in-demand soft skill, today, EQ will come up, and it really consists of 5 different areas. So 1 is awareness, 2 is empathy, 3 is motivation, 4 is self-regulation, and 5 is social skills. And I would say that, for physicians, because all of your training has been technical your entire life, you didn't really get any of that. Luckily, a lot of different residency programs now are including leadership skills and coaching into their curriculum. So that's a great first step in the right direction. But the first step of these 5 things is self-awareness. So are we aware of who we are? Are we aware of how we are seen by others? Do we intimidate our, employees? We likely do. Or do we, avoid difficult conversations when it needs to be had? So that is the very first step, is self-awareness.
Yeah, my gosh. I mean, that's very complex on different levels. I think we need to really get into the books, literally books I have all over the place, mostly half read. that really explore our emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, right? But I think, this ties back into the first question is what are the most common causes of tension between physician partners? And I think that if we all try to look at what are our core values that we are in being a doctors, a lot of times we find out that from an emotional standpoint, it's the same, no matter if you're talking about a 70-year-old physician or a 30-year-old physician, for the most part. But speaking that same language and utilizing the core values of who we are, and tying that into, hey, what's really risky here, right?
Right.
I think that is probably the beginning of the key to unlock, solving some of these relationships. But sometimes we find out emotionally that you may not belong in a partnership as well. So
yes, and that is perfectly okay. People, or I guess partnerships, whether it's personal partnerships or professional partnerships, they break up all the time. And for the most part, a lot of us get into partnerships without even knowing who our partners are. I have clients who said, they started their practice 20 something, 30 years ago, and they were employed physicians who just got put into the same office by, some hospital system, right?
Yeah.
And then they decided, oh, okay, we've been working together for several years. Let's just go open a practice together. They don't know how each person will react because it was never their money. It was never their practice to begin with. So even though you've worked with somebody even for several years, when it's your own investment, it's different.
Oh my gosh, it really is. And I think you're right, because if you work with we talked to two physicians on this series, where both of them started, broke off from their previous practice. One was academic, the other one was another private practice. And they kind of stated enough is enough. But the idea here is that they were put together because of a assumed integration. And what I call assumed integration is that from a role of being an employee of either a larger hospital system or another private practice, you act as that, and you get to be a physician to a patient. You don't worry about your MA salaries. You don't worry about who's not coming back anymore after you go on vacation. You don't worry about all this stuff. But whenever you have micro traumas that hits your brain in a business setting, then everything that you've experienced since childhood starts being re-aggravated, if you will, from the subconscious side. And that's where things become really different, and I see that all the time. And there's one thing, and I want to know if you agree with me, because I'm kind of putting it out there.
Okay.
And this is a statement that I had for a lot of doctors, that if you get along with other physicians and they're like, oh my God, they're so much like me, from the business sense, that's a red flag, because a lot of very similar personalities have very similar downfalls as well, right? And like you said earlier, some of them are the guardians, protectors, and some of them are the innovators, right? But the protectors and innovators generally don't mend as well as the innovators with innovators together, right? But within a business, you kind of need both. Yeah.
And people make that same mistake when they hire. So
That's true.
I do a behavioral assessment with my clients, and sometimes I will go into an organization and give everybody the assessment, and it turns out that the supervisor and their all the people who report to them end up being extremely similar without ever having taken assessments before, because we meet them, we're speaking the same language, you like the people who are like you, they confirm your thoughts and feelings, and they become fast friends, right? And so it's the same with physicians. Like you said, if we get together with the exact same type of people, who is going to, let's say we all of the guardians get together, who's going to innovate for us? Who's going to tell us, hey, you're 10 years behind, that technology is really old, let's do something new.
Right. What assessment do you use? Are there multiple ones, or is there one specific one that you use?
So I use multiple ones, but my favorite is called the predictive index because it takes about 6 minutes to administer. So it's the fastest, I know doctors don't have a lot of time. So it's the fastest assessment and it's extremely accurate. And the reports are short and they're very action oriented. So for example, in one coaching, I was speaking to a client, and in the coaching report, it says, you may be seen as overly aggressive by direct reports. And I asked him, is this something that you have gotten feedback about? And he said, the only person who's told me that is my wife. And I was like, well, that's because your wife is the only person who feels psychologically safe to tell you that. But know that this is something that they see. And if you want to inspire the best out of your employees, that's something that we're going to have to adjust.
Wow, that was a good quote there. Your wife may be the only person who feels like it's safe to express that to you.
Yes.
And from a leadership standpoint, that's probably, for me, that's probably the worst thing that I really want to hear, because I really want everyone to be able to allow to give myself feedback, and that's part of our culture. One entire day a month. I mean, there's no one on the phones. We have our whole staff in, and we just do culture training to the highest degree. And I've tasted the pain point of being that really aggressive type of leader, and I never want to feel it again. And that really came from when I first started the practice. It was 6 weeks before Hurricane Harvey hit Houston.
Oh, wow.
And all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, we have no volume, we have nothing coming in for a while. And then I realized that I turned into my dad a little bit, where my dad is the product of the Cultural Revolution in China, so I went into like aggressive war mode, and then probably created some more traumas than I actually helped out the actual company. But from that pain point, I think I learned quite a bit, and that's why I dedicate an entire day. So a lot of my other physician colleagues is like, my gosh, you put a whole day into like culture training, like how much money are you losing? I was like, well, let's put it this way. It depends on what you value, because if I value eventually scaling the company, I'm not going to lose a dime later on.
Yeah.
It's all about, getting the people together for that common purpose. So what do you think are the elements within a practice, or any business really, that allow a practice to empower leaders actually within the practice and allow them to grow? What do you think are the main elements?
So I am a huge fan of Patrick Lencioni, and I really believe in his, 5 dysfunctions. But the number one I would say is accountability. So I know there's a lot of accountability in medicine in itself, right? You have, boards where you review cases and things like that. But when it comes to behaviors and maybe talking about it, once the science part leaves, and the behavioral or feeling part, come in, that's something that generally people, not just physicians, but people, I see a lot of engineers who don't really want to talk about it. They don't want to have to hold someone accountable.
Do you think that comes from a lack of the emotional intelligence, or emotional quotient, or what do you think it's from?
I think people are afraid of what the result might be. Will this damage my relationship with this person? I think that they have grown up in a hierarchical sense, right? And so you don't really speak to whether it's your elders, your superiors, or whoever that way. And in order to have a practice that can hum right along, you're going to need to have a lot of trust and a lot of accountability. And that means being able to, tell your superiors, hey, look, I didn't really appreciate, X, Y, and Z. This is what I, would expect out of our relationship. And, is that something that we can work on?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give you a few examples. And before we came on, I always go to Facebook groups, especially private practice physician Facebook groups, because every pain point is stated in there multiple times a day. But the one recent one that I just saw was in a private practice physician Facebook group. There's about 70,000 doctors in here, so it's a humongous group. And there's one talking about, I don't know what's wrong with my medical assistant. Like, she's the only one that like wouldn't give me coffee. I was seeing 40 patients a day, and she knew that I was too busy to see in between patients. Should I fire her? Right. Tell me what you think about that. Must be something, because you're laughing.
Yeah, I mean, is it in her job description?
Probably not. Exactly.
Would you prefer your medical assistant get coffee or to take care of your patients? I think having been in practice management for almost 20 years, I've sort of seen it all. People who send their medical assistants out to get dry cleaning, to drive their kids around. So I've kind of seen.
Drive the kids around. Whoa.
Yeah. Go pick up the kids.
Really?
I would say that, if you are an enlightened physician and you can understand, so it goes back to the emotional intelligence part, right? You can understand what motivates your employees. Your employees chose this profession because they want to help people. And if you are asking them to do something that prevents them from doing their primary job of helping people to run errands for you, that's not really, get an assistant, get a separate assistant to do that.
Absolutely. I agree with you. So the first thing that you said is in the job description. So I think for physicians, we by nature already assumed our job description is to like get things done as much as we can to see patients, right?
Right.
And whether that means using other people for us to fuel coffee to see other patients, that's what we are. It's a war mentality,
Right.
We're not in a war. And if we're in a team building process, setting up those expectations as well as boundaries, and boundaries for yourself too is very important. So last night, because of coronavirus, and because of the new billing systems and codes and telemedicine, I read every single word of my employee handbook, which ours is actually digital. It took me about 4.5 hours.
Whoa.
Yeah. And so, and I hadn't seen this in 2017. And yes, I have an employee handbook. I know a lot of practices don't, but I'm very detailed about what really should happen in every situation. What happens when someone gets pregnant? What happens when someone's breastfeeding? It's all in there, right? And so I actually created this for our residency program in New York Presbyterian Queens. So I actually just basically translate a part of that into portions of the handbook. But I read every single word, and part of it is from our previous PEO company, which is ADP. When we first started, we're no longer with them anymore. And so I was reading them, and I'm like, man, a lot of this is like, it's like, don't do this, 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 right? And every time I read a new section of don't do this, I get scared. I'm like, oh my God, this is like my employer, which technically is myself. So I read it in the format of, I am not the owner of the practice, that I am an employee coming in as a medical assistant or coming in as a janitor. Okay. And then I'm reading this, and how do I really feel? What is the overall feeling of this? And I didn't really feel good about it. And so we're definitely changing it up.
Good.
But I realized that this is like a standard process. I think the standardized process of don't sexually harass someone. Well, yeah, we understand not to do that, but what about the things that we do to support our company culture? And that's not really in there. And so And in there, I didn't see anything about getting coffee either. There's a section in there that I decided I want to put in after I speak with my staff is how do we show each other love and connection within a practice? Okay. And do you want to buy coffee for people? Well, that's fine. That's fine. Buy it. Tell people, hey, buy coffee for you. But you know what? We will reimburse 80% of that by the end of the year if you want to. That's totally cool. So those are sort of the reward systems that we're looking at. Right. So, but the whole point of saying that is you got to set up expectations for your partners, for your superiors, for your C-suite, for your janitors, for whoever it is, right? Because every employee has an understanding that something drives them. There's a reason why they're actually there. And you know what? In some of these MAs, part of their reason may be to help you get coffee, and that's okay because either they're very motherly or very fatherly, and they want to express that love to you. I have two that do that very regularly for me. Is in their job description? No. Do I thank the hell out of them every time they do it? Absolutely. I was like, hey, you don't really have to do this. It's like, no, just take it. And I thank them profusely, right? And so we don't see enough of that. In medical training.
We don't see enough of, so I have one client who is a physician, and every time I go to his office, he runs to Starbucks and asks me what I want. And then he'll buy Starbucks for, everybody in the meeting. Right. Yeah. And we think, well, why aren't the MAs getting me coffee? Well, you can change that narrative. Why aren't the doctors getting me coffee?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's about the language of gift giving, right?
Right.
So and I think the other thing is that it's okay to show love and connection professionally. In fact, it's probably best to do so from a leadership standpoint.
Yeah, and I would say back to your example of the handbook, maybe instead of and I do understand it comes from a very detailed place where you really like structure and formality. Mm-hmm. But part of the work that I do with organizations is defining the core values and then defining what behaviors are positives for those core values and what we will reward. And so it's instead of not doing something, it's like, we're going to reward you positively when you do X, Y, or Z, so that when someone is not acting in the way that the organization has set, then it's really easy to pick out that one person who's not behaving in that way.
Yeah, and a lot of physicians also kind of come to me and say, hey, I have this person who does this, and it's like the one person that doesn't really fit, right? I'm scared of getting rid of him or her. And I tell a lot of docs, it's like, well, first did you try to resolve the problem, and if you did, then why is that person still there? And the lesson here is you get what you tolerate, and the more you tolerate, well, it's insane to think something different's gonna come out of it as well. But the first step is to have that level of emotional intelligence to solve the problem, which is through speaking, right?
Yeah, and I do think that sometimes people are afraid to look for that future state. Yeah. It's like, this is my right-hand person. If I lose them, all of these things aren't going to be done, and it's going to cause me to be behind. So I'm going to, even though I'm only happy about 20% of the work, that's enough, and they're afraid of what might happen. And I've actually had to convince so many physicians that, hey, we need to make a change. And it's a process, right? And then once that change happens and somebody new comes in, they're always happier. Nobody ever regrets having moved someone on, but it's just that first step. What's preventing you from taking that first step?
Yeah. And you're so right. I think majority of what I feel is preventing most people from the first step is the ability for them to understand it's okay to talk about it, because from and I see a lot of doctors do this too. If they're owner of a practice, they push a lot of stuff onto the office manager, right? Or in my case, my director of operations and strategy. So because so much stuff is pushed off, the doctor's like, I just want to be a doctor for like a week, and I don't want to think about this. And can you handle that? And they're like, okay, we can handle that. But that comes with its own pain points too, is that things become invisible. And when things become invisible, then the culture of the practice ultimately changes, and then the quality changes. And so, and all of a sudden you're getting not as many good 5-star reviews or any 5-star reviews after a while. It's because it trickles down into patient care. And that's pretty detrimental in its own. I can't tell you how many times a lot of doctors come to me and they say, I get good reviews like myself, but you can see most of these 1-star reviews, it's my staff.
Right.
1 star, the doctor is fantastic, 5 stars, but the 1 star is actually for this one front desk person that may or may not even work there anymore, right? And so that comes from a leadership side. And I think there's certain things that you can't push off to other people, and some things that you can, but it's got to be able to find that balance,
Yeah. And you're right that, sometimes people are blind to it until someone comes in and makes the change. And then you're like, oh, wow, why didn't I see this before? One example that I have is, when I worked at a neurosurgery practice, we had horrible patient satisfaction. And we had front desk employees who were extremely rude. It was back when, you walk into a doctor's office and they're like, driver's license and insurance card, there's no greeting, no anything. And so I turned that around, raised the standards, and people self-select out. So I didn't really even have to fire that many people, because they were like, okay, this person cares what we're doing, and I don't want to have to do that, so I'm gonna leave, right? And so after about 6 months, a cancer patient came for a visit, and the neuro-onc asked me to come out to the clinic, and I thought there was a problem, because I'm only called when there's a problem. And I came out, and the patient said, I don't know what you did to the front office, but I want to tell you how appreciative I am. I used to dread coming to this office because of how the front office was. And I was floored, because I hadn't kind of thought about it from the patient's perspective in that way, because I usually don't care about people being rude, but can you imagine a cancer patient coming into a neurosurgery practice and dreading coming in not because of the treatment that they have to do, or the prognosis or anything, but because of the attitude at the front office? And so it was very impactful for me to kind of get that feedback.
Yeah, no, that's super impactful, because if you look at a lot of the clinical studies, especially cancer patients, as it turns out, the more times and the more touch points they have with practitioners and offices, the longer they live, independent of what treatment they're getting. They could be on a very natural holistic treatment, or they're on chemo radiation. It's completely independent of that. There's a number of touch points. Same thing, and speaking of neuro, same thing with dementia. As it turns out, mortality is better and outcomes are better for those with Alzheimer's disease if there's more touch points between a doctor and a patient. Once again, independent of treatment, because actually there's no medicine that cures dementia, right? And let's look at hospice, which I think hospice is probably the best and perfect system in medicine in the United States. If you take a look at hospice, all it is about touch points and customer care and connection, right? And those people with I think stage 3 and stage 4 lung cancer have better mortality outcomes in a hospice setting than they do getting aggressive treatment as well, from either surgical, chemo, or radiation, right? So the power of the placebo is really high. If people believe that they're better in something and that they're being cared for, their pain skills are better, their depression score starts to decrease, and you're literally like improving patient, not just improving patient outcomes, but actually prolonging their lives and improving their quality of lives. And that's the whole reason why we went to practice medicine in the first place. And it actually starts with, like you said, raising your standards, and understanding that there is an emotional intelligence that's needed to set the standards.
Right. To not accept, mediocrity, which unfortunately our healthcare systems promote right now.
Yeah. And I don't think it's intentionally promoting. I think it was kind of set up this way. And because this is, whole different reasons, a lot of bureaucracy into it. But I do think that there needs to be more physician leaders within the higher levels of institutions and the C-suites. And the institutions that do have that have, great outcomes as well, which a quarter of them are actually on the summit, so which is fabulous. And then the other thing is, I'm going to throw women a really big applause here, is as it turns out that women physician leaders tend to have a much higher outcome and satisfaction within the company culture as well. So, women know more a lot than men. My wife agrees with me on that one. So, yeah, so we're definitely heading towards that direction. But anyways, God, we've talked about a lot about, examples and doom and gloom, but let's talk about some really cool stuff here. All right, this is what I want to know, and this is sort of the stage in my career as well. Where and when should I start looking for partners to join the practice?
So if you're looking for a partner, I would say you should be on the lookout all the time. And you would know if you don't, I think once you start your own practice, you kind of know, oh, I don't like to be the sole person making all of the decisions. I'd like to have camaraderie, right? And so I would say the minute you start feeling that, you need to be looking out for it, because it's going to take a long time. Sort of like dating, you have to kiss a lot of frogs to find the right one. And then I would say, how do you find the right one? You have to find someone who can complement you. Someone who is totally different than who you are, so that you can balance each other. So that someone, when you have an outrageous idea, they might say, hey, Chang, I think we should look at, actually study this before we kind of jump off, the deep end into this investment.
Yes.
And then on your end, you could say, I know this might seem risky to you, but I've done the research on this, and I really think it's a good investment. And building that trust between the two is really going to help both partners realize, I really need this other person to have the 360 view.
Yeah. So wonderfully stated. That takes time. You're right.
It does. And you're going to, like I said, kiss a lot of frogs.
Yeah, absolutely. I found actually the perfect person in 2019. She's actually part of our team now, which is wonderful. And it just kind of fell into my lap. I literally just put it out there on LinkedIn. But then and it was so refreshing how different she was than I am, because she always made me think twice, right? And she continues to do so, and I so appreciate her for it.
That's amazing, though, that you recognize that and you appreciate it, as opposed to, being like, oh no, my idea is the best idea, right? So, I mean, you have to be self-aware enough to know this person is challenging me to do better, to do more, to do differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. And is there a way to I don't want to say do it faster, but in terms of like growing and scaling a company, once you set everything aside, okay, it's time to add more clinicians to the mix, right? But is there a way or some assessment or test that can let me know who's like the best possible candidates and just put it out there?
Yeah, so part of Predictive Index has a profile tool, and it makes you really think through who is it that I really am looking for? Am I looking for, someone who likes to build relationships? So let's say you are you're a pediatrician and you need physicians who might be better at building long-term relationships with their patients than surgeons who might only see their patients once or twice, right? And so there's actually a way to assess all of these so that you can see who's the best match for your culture. I'm not saying that a physician or a pediatrician can't be introverted and vice versa, but each organization has their own culture. And if everybody in your organization loves to hug and talk things out, and then you have the one person who doesn't, they're going to feel kind of left out. And you have to be aware. I'm not saying not to hire them, but you have to be aware of how can I make this person feel included.
That's hard. I'm the huggy and talky type, and so is my chief of operations. But my manager, she's quite the opposite, and she's very like just get to the point. Let's just do it. Like there's no hugs here. And a lot of times I put a timer on my watch, and it beeps me. I'm like, okay. I was like, Christina, what do you think? And then I was like, no one talk until she's finished. And that, I think that process over the last 4 years has really brought us a lot closer, And then now she'll stop. I was like, it's like, guys, just stop for 2 seconds. Let me just think this over real quick, which is really nice. I really enjoy that within our organization. But it wasn't always like that. It took a lot of pain. It took a lot of pain from me, and to get rid of my limiting beliefs of what I was taught from a Chinese cultural standpoint, from immigrant standpoint, to what it really takes to actually develop a team that we can sort of accelerate together to go in the future. And now I think, where it's time to just keep innovating, but 10% and 90% make sure that our process is nice and documented, which is exactly why I went into our employee handbook, because that's very unlike me to read details in employee handbook. But I specifically have structures set up for myself where I make myself think like my other teammates and what they would think. And I think because the actions I actually do that and let them know I actually do that, they really appreciate it as well. I was like, wow, thanks for doing that. It's very totally uncharacteristic of you. I was like, yeah, I'll try to do my best.
And you are showing them, you're modeling that behavior. Like, hey, I want to know what it's like to be in your shoes, as opposed to just expecting coffee, not realizing, but I have 15 calls to return. What is, more important to me, right?
Yeah. And on the other side, not about that coffee scenario, you may have the opposite problem, or an employee actually, after they clock out, they keep working. Okay.
I had a lot of that.
I think that's just as not so great is because you have someone that, and I hire people who have been in the military. People in the military, they will clock out, but they will just keep going because they just want to make sure everything's done. Sort of a yes sir, and they won't say a word. And until I asked about, I was like, I saw you send me a message at 6:44 p.m. Like it's like, and I saw you clocked out onto our app. I'm like, why are you still working? Like, stop it. And I think that level is something that I think physicians almost expect out of people if their head MAs are kind of doing that,
Right.
And I think that is another boundary. But can you kind of talk about that dynamic and what do we do about that dynamic?
Yeah. So, you are absolutely right. There are people who gravitate towards medicine because they want to help people.
Yeah.
And just because I tell them, hey, we can't have too much overtime, so everybody, make sure you stay within your overtime, they'll just clock out, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't help me, because it doesn't tell me how much work is actually needed to support this practice.
Right, exactly.
You're giving me secret free work, which I don't want, and it's also illegal. So, but I also think that part of it is how we model that to our employees, because, there is very much a hierarchy. And so if your doctor is emailing you at 10 or 11 p.m. at night, you might feel, the real need to respond because they emailed you. And so one thing that I've actually set with my clients is let's have group norms. Nowadays in our email, you can set it to send later, right? So we talk about not texting MAs, after hours, not emailing, if it's something that, and who it's okay. So we agreed that, okay, well, for the partners is okay. Anytime is okay because we're business owners. Whereas, the next level down, we really don't want to do that. And so because we know that they're going to put in the work if we send the email. So we agree as a group that we're not going to, and we're going to just delay the send until Monday morning. And so
that's a good idea.
Some of those structural boundaries is actually really helpful because some of us can only catch up on the weekends. But we're not intending for our MAs or office manager or whoever to work on the weekends. It's just we inadvertently, kind of start that process.
Yeah, it's true. Man, I'm so guilty of that. I really do email at midnight sometimes.
Delay send. It's yeah.
Because I put my daughters to bed at 10 p.m. and it's really 2 hours of good work. And then I also wake up at 5 and send some more emails sometimes. So I'm guilty of that. But I recently started using this email platform called Superhuman. Actually, another summit speaker is the CEO of that company. But I can set when it actually goes out now. And so I've set up times it's called email delay times. Yeah. And I didn't realize that you can actually do that within Gmail now. That's new to me.
Gmail and Outlook.
Outlook too. Yeah. I used to use Outlook to do that. But now I've when I say now, I'm literally talking about 2 days ago. I'm like, okay, I've decided to create this structure, and it's because that was when I interviewed Rahul, the founder of the company, and I'm like, okay, I need to have much better boundaries when it comes to communication, and I know that my email is going to my operations director's Apple Watch, and and I've told her for 3 years now, I was like, you gotta stop responding to me. I'm just doing this so I can have time to take my girls to school in the morning, because otherwise I can't. That's why I'm doing this at midnight, right? So I don't want you to look. She's like, I can't help it. And so anyway, but you're right. I think setting up boundaries like that and setting up the norms, and knowing me, it's something I always actually put into the employee handbook. It's
like, do not check your email before 8 a.m.
yeah, and you're not expected to, and it's counterproductive. But I never thought about what you just said earlier. Is that, hey, if you're giving me extra work, I don't know what my actual overhead is to run this for the actual company. And then that may be very detrimental. Plus, if that employee ever leaves, then I didn't realize this employee was doing the job of like 1.75 people, right? And that hurts a whole lot more as well. So, but yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right about that. But anyway, so one last question, because I've kept you for super long. One last question is, you've worked with practices now, and do you think there is just one thing, like one maybe small change that a practice can do to improve the dynamics between the employees and the physicians within the practice?
Empowerment.
Oh, good one. Yeah.
It's just one little word or one big word, but it's a lot of work. I think if sometimes when our staff make a decision, if we bite their heads off because it's the wrong decision, they're not going to make any more decisions, and it's going to keep pushing more work onto the office manager or the physician. And I really love the service model where I believe it's 4 seasons, but they allow even the janitors to spend up to $2,000 to make something right for a client. Now, I don't know if they've changed that policy since I've read the case study or not, but that's empowerment. That's saying you have the power to make it right. And you don't have to ask 10 people up the totem pole before you can satisfy this customer. So, a lot of times, I'm sure you know this, patients call in and then they're like, oh, we don't have any appointments available. Well, let me ask to see if you can be slotted into this spot, right? And then they have to be on hold and have to ask someone else to get approval. And then they come back and say, okay, like what if we allow our, we have to train our employees what it is that we want, right? But once they get that, what if we allow them to actually make decisions? How will our customers or clients or patients feel? They're going to feel like, wow, this person that I called really tried to help me out and she solved my problem or he solved my problem. And I really appreciate this practice.
Oh, that's huge.
Empowerment, of employees at all levels.
Yeah, no, that's huge. And I actually experienced that during coronavirus. And we set up policies on my schedules. Like, here is 8 slots that's open, but it's only for people on the same day if they're symptomatic for coronavirus, right? And that really was, just very appreciative by the patients. But I think the staff really enjoyed that level of structure. Like they knew what they can do. You're right in that it's one word with a lot of different meanings. But it's also one word with a very simple action is set up structures to allow your staff just scheduling. If we just do scheduling alone, it is massive. And the people are actually going to see more smiles, And in fact, I think a lot of the people, actually, I'll tell you this from my practice, Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, a lot of the doctors that we actually send our patients to already have that structure within their practice. So, and they actually tell me about it and say, hey, just tell the patients to say this and this and this. And my staff will set them up. I'm like, oh, thanks. And they actually get a lot of referrals from us because and it's not like they're doing anything different per se than anyone else, except the customer service is outstanding,
Right. And you make it easy for the patients. They are getting easy service. They don't have to try to advocate for themselves. You're already doing that job for them.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're going to close it off. But hey, how do people find you? Because you're a very knowledgeable person.
Thanks.
And we got to get more of you. How do people find you?
Yeah. So my business name is Chief Gigs right here behind my wall. And you can go to chiefgigs.com to look me up.
Thank you so much. And I'll tell you that whoever listened to this whole thing got a big treat and huge lessons. And if you apply even one or two of the things that we talk about in this, it's absolutely going to change your life. It's going to decrease your burnout and improve your relationships. And that's what it's all about these days. It's all about relationships. So, all right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Wendy, for being on the summit. And we're going to sign off.
Before we move on to the next speaker, what have you most enjoyed so far? Have you learned something new? Is there a particular speaker that has inspired you? Let us know in the comments section below.
So awesome. Welcome to the summit. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So, when I first heard that Cleveland Clinic had a functional medicine program, I was actually pretty intrigued. Because at that time, I actually didn't even know what functional medicine was. So it's a few years ago. And then, but I also was very intrigued that a large institution would have something like this that you've traditionally seen in smaller practices and cash-based model practices. And so I know you're the sort of the wheels behind that. So I kind of want to just kind of poke your brain a little bit about how this was developed in the first place and where is it now?
Yeah, so such a great genesis. Our beginning was amazing. Our former CEO, Dr. Cosgrove, Delos Cosgrove, invited Dr. Mark Hyman to initiate the Center for Functional Medicine in partnership with the Institute for Functional Medicine. And together, all entities started to put together a plan that would be patient-centered, focus on chronic disease management, looking at the whole person, not just an isolated set of symptoms. We wanted the opportunity for the physicians to spend time with their patient, listen to their stories, look at their personal timelines, and then really dig into the genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors that were influencing their health and causing these chronic conditions and diseases. And so we began the recruitment process of a team of certified physicians in functional medicine, in addition to our nutritionists and our health coaches. And this was October. We kicked off our first clinic October 2014. So, you know, it doesn't seem like a long time ago, but for us, it has been a robust mission over the past few years, and it's just been amazing. But we wanted to address diet, lifestyle, behavior change, and really hone in on this food as medicine approach and help patients, you know, move from this space of illness and sickness to a space of wellness. And so we have been able to do that over the past few years and have had huge successes, and the practice continues to excel and grow.
So that's great. It seems like you have a lot of systems that's set up from health coaches to physicians, and then also shared medical visits or group visits as well.
Yes.
And so, you know, I actually used a lot of what Cleveland Clinic had. I actually built it into my own practice at the very beginning. And so, but let's talk about this, because I think for a lot of like private practices, the concept of shared medical visits outside of psychiatry is a bit foreign, but it's also, you know, it's really questionable, because how do you get patient buy-in into the process? What's your experience with that?
Yeah, so the Cleveland Clinic has actually been doing shared medical appointments since 1999. So not necessarily a new concept at the clinic, but what we really focused on is marrying this idea of medical management with social connection, and letting the patients understand that in the amount of time you're going to spend with your physician in a routine appointment, you're not necessarily going to learn or gather all the tools and the insight to help you really achieve your highest expression of health. But our shared medical appointments are 10 weeks long. And over the 10 weeks, there's about 14 hours of curriculum built into that. And so what it means is each week, because these are weekly sessions, each week they get a full toolbox for their health that includes everything they need to know about self-management of their condition, what a whole foods dietary intervention is, the effects of nutritional deficiencies on their health, what stress management techniques are necessary for them to improve their health, how to develop healthy sleeping patterns, and then the power of movement. And when you think about that, you know, you're a physician, and I'm a great physician, but you don't have time to really dig in deep with any patient in the amount of time you have in their clinic on a routine visit, because you're trying to address so many different issues. So we figured, you know, why not do what we do best? We have the medical management component down, but let's try to bring in this lifestyle and behavior change and start to address this and really create this therapeutic partnership with the patient, where, you know, it's not just us feeding them information, but it's us gathering information from them and them gathering information from each other, and everyone learning and growing together. And let's do this in a way that helps them improve their health. It's, you know, not threatening. They don't feel embarrassed or ashamed because they're with other individuals who are, you know, experiencing the exact same thing. They may lack self-confidence when they start. They may feel embarrassed about their situation, or they may feel like, I don't want to ask the physician that, it's intimidating. But in this group setting, you know, there's a sense of empowerment, like, wow, I'm not in this alone. You know, I have the ability to get better, and there are other people here who will help me to do this. And, you know, so the facilitators are there to really guide the conversation, but the real magic, or the real alchemy of the program, it happens within that setting and the synergies that the patients develop We put the content, or we in a way, or we develop and showcase it in a way that is very digestible and understandable for patients. And I think that's important, because we think health literacy is automatic, and it's not. Patients don't necessarily understand terminology, the jargon that we're using. They're nodding in agreement. Yeah, I get it. Sure, I'm going to do everything you say, until they walk out the door. And they have to really process what it is you expect them to do. It's a lot for any patient, to digest the true impact of their chronic condition. But then also, how do I manage it? How do I treat it? How do I get better? And we all know the power of social connection layered on top of that medical management. The outcomes are just magnificent. So.
Yeah, let's talk about the outcomes. I assume you guys gathered data on this, right?
We do. What we see just in general is about 64% of the patients, and we track PROMIS, the patient reported outcome measure, so on every patient. But they're improved about 64%. Now we're talking about a 10-week program of those patients improving their mental and physical health. Right. There's a weight loss, and sometimes patients aren't coming for weight loss, but just inherent in the fact that they're eating better, they're moving, they're conscious about their health matters. They're starting to lose weight and get healthier. It's about 8 pounds over the 10-week period. About 49% of those patients lost 5% of their initial body weight that we saw. We took a cohort of about 300 patients, almost 300 patients, and just really dug into their biometrics and everything. Just started to look at everything as a whole, and their blood pressure change was absolutely amazing. About, on average, systolic blood pressure change -7.3. And what was even more compelling for us is, we're thinking 10 weeks, every week, people are just not going to show up. And we saw quickly that about 84% of those patients were attending 5 or more weeks of the program.
84%. That's pretty high number.
That's pretty high. So, and we were appreciative of the fact that they were that invested that they would show up. And then people, right. We had people traveling 6 and 7 hours every week to get to this program because they just didn't want to miss. They felt like it was so hugely valuable that they did not want to lose the opportunity to be engaged in the class. And so when you stack that up against our conventional medicine models, which, are great, healthcare overall is great, but you don't have the amount of time that you need. You don't necessarily have the dietitian and health coach right there in the clinic with you. You may not have time to address the stress-related concerns. Many people feel intimidated by the clinical environment. And here we put you in this, innovative delivery model of shared medical appointments where you have this whole team who's invested. You have this group of peers who are invested. Very supportive environment. You care for each other, just inherent in the fact that you're going through something life-changing. You're caring for each other. You're overall engaged, and then the providers can kind of sit back and facilitate, and they're not as burnt out, and they don't feel like, oh my gosh, I have to do this over and over again. Why am I saying the same thing over and over again, duplicating efforts, being redundant? Why am I doing this? And what we also found as we were collecting the data, it's more cost effective. And so if we have a minimum of 6 patients in this class, which is not difficult for us to do at all, we usually have about 8 to 10 patients. But if we have a 6 patients in class, it's actually more profitable for us to do this than for us to see patients one-on-one. And so, our recent publication in BMJ Open, explained some of that may be of interest to some of the physicians.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, we'll have that link in the description because I actually read that before we got on.
Yeah, it's great.
So you had a break-even point of between, I guess, 5 and 6 patients, right? Mm-hmm. And everything on that has a profit margin to it, right?
It's a profit, yeah.
So who's running these groups? Is it health coaches or doctors, or is it both?
Yeah, so it's a combination of providers at certain intervals in the program. So,
Got it.
you know, the physician, certainly there's no substitution for the medical management. These are chronically ill patients. We're talking about digestive disorders, autoimmune.
Right.
So you need that physician or that advanced practitioner. You need that knowledge and that experience. You may need to work with primary care to adjust medication. So these people come really sick. And, you know, this is not a 10 weeks of playtime. This is 10 weeks of intense learning, comprehensive learning, and really gathering the tools you're going to need to manage your condition for over the long term. If you don't get, for some people, getting better is all they have. You know, there's no cure, but you have to have a quality of life that you're comfortable with. So if we can help get you there, you know, this is what you're here for. So it's though they have a great time and you hear people laughing, you see people crying, you see the emotions, high-fiving, you see everyone, you know, actively engaged. It is very serious content. You know, we're not doing the 1, 2, 3s. We're digging into that hemoglobin A1C real deep. We're digging into fatty liver concerns real deep, cholesterol, blood pressure. You know, we want you to know what the impact of these things will have on your overall health. So yes, the physician component, or the clinical medical management component of it, I should say, is critical. And yes, that is heavily embedded in the sessions. But we start with our nutritional counseling is really our therapeutic intervention. You know, we need to change the diet first and foremost. Right. And so, you know, if we want to get you from crisis mode to resurgence, there's a way that has to happen. And that means, you know, digging deep into that diet and making sure that you understand how what you're eating is influencing you getting better or you getting worse. And so we are certainly heavy on that content. And then the health coach, you know, we certainly know that the value of sleep and stress management and movement, lifestyle and behavioral change is critical. So those providers are also involved. So we're rotating those providers over the 10 weeks.
I see. Let's talk about funding for a second. Are payers actually paying for these visits? And if so, are they also paying for the shared medical visits as well?
Yeah, shared medical visits are, you know, still medical management. So they are absolutely, you know, billed evaluation and management services just like you would for, you know, any other service rendered to a patient. So absolutely.
Okay, so that's why you're saying that if you have a 5 to 6 patient break even, then you're spending that hour or whatever and seeing those 5 to 6 patients, which basically seeing these patients, you know, in 8-minute intervals, if you will, right? With the regular physician.
And honestly, that's what they individually they get about 7 to 8 minutes with the provider, but that 7 to 8 minutes is not where the real education, teaching, learning is happening. It's embedded in that overall curriculum. So that's where we, you know, focus our efforts and energy. Certainly, you know, patients appreciate having that one-on-one time with the physician, but most of them are eager to get back into that classroom setting so that they aren't missing critical information. And, you know, they feel like, oh my gosh, hurry up so I can get back, you know, get back to what I do, what I'm doing best. So, and that's learning how to manage my health.
I definitely want to reflect on that because, you know, we've been doing group visits since the beginning at Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine. But you're right. There's that. Let me go pee really quickly, but I don't want to miss anything. Right. Because I think the energy and the dynamic is just so close knit. There are those high fives, and there's tears, and there's revelations that come up, and a lot of our patients are forming like truly lasting bonds, even with each other. So we know the magic is there, and we know that there's a revenue model, there's a reimbursement structure from the payer model, but you also have health coaches, and I think we were talking before how some of these patients we're maybe going into these shared medical appointments or health coaches before they get seen by the one-on-one on the doctor's side, right?
And certainly you know, health coaching, thank goodness, is the payers are finally catching up to this idea that it's a necessary component and critical to the overall health of the patients. And so reimbursement is starting to happen. We have not started collecting, to, in all honesty and transparency, we have not started collecting payments just yet. Our health coaches are in the process. We're going through the process, and hopefully we'll have that taken care of here in the near future. But I am certainly glad that the acknowledgement that their services are critical to health is there, and the payers are starting to see that. So I feel very optimistic that we will see, and hopefully in the near future, do some research around the value of these health coaches in the clinical care model.
Oh, absolutely. So, but right now, the patients are paying for the health coaches currently, right?
No. So we have built that in as part of the service.
Oh, I see.
The value of what they're learning and gaining, it outweighs right now, asking a patient to pay. Right now, things are cost prohibitive for a lot of people. We don't want that to be a deterrent. And sometimes, you have to be creative in other ways to be able to gain the necessary revenue to keep things going. But we certainly are not billing patients for the health coaching services at this time. It is part of their overall care.
But certainly funnels into the core structure of the program, right?
Mm-hmm. It is critical to the structure of the program.
No, that's great.
Our goal is to help people reclaim their lives, and we understand that there are conditions and diseases that simply don't have an endpoint, and so we have to teach them in a way that just simply makes sense. And that's what the lifestyle and behavior change coaching and overall health coaching does for them. It's teaching them in a way that's real for them. You can't expect me to sleep 8 hours a night. If one, I've never done that. Two, I don't know how to prepare to do that. I'm on my phone until 2 minutes before I go to sleep. So these are things that have to be taught. They have to understand all of this is important in that mission to reclaim their life.
Yeah. So let's talk from the business side for a second. And for me, my brain always goes to decreasing the fixed and variable costs of doing practicing medicine. So I think that a lot of people are thinking, oh my gosh, you have these health coaches and they're offering free services up front. But I want people to understand that there's a lot of value that we can really provide patients in the very beginning to actually reduce their costs later on. Because having a conversation with a patient that's pre-trained takes a lot less time, especially from the lifestyle metrics and integrative health and stuff like that. And also, there's also FTE time, the full-time employee time that we have to take into account. Because I know a lot of our patients, there's just so many questions kind of peppered in the beginning. It puts a time burden amongst the employees, and we have to triage those questions. And when you realize is 80% of them are the same freaking questions. Mm-hmm. So I think pre-training is a brilliant idea because it allows you to funnel targeted audiences into a systems that was designed for that linearity. And so I think from the business perspective, it actually does make sense to have that funneling effect. Pre-trains patients, less FTE time spent on triaging a lot of these questions that may not be necessary, that's really easily trained. Mm-hmm. So I think we really have to rethink what the cost structure actually is when it comes to this, because it's all about streamlining the revenue stream of the core value of the business. It sounds like you guys have done that, so that's great.
Yeah, no. When you think about, if I had my druthers, we'd have a health coach, probably multiple health coaches in every practice throughout any organization. And the reason I say that is, if that health coach spends 30 minutes with the patient and frees up that physician who now only has to spend 7 minutes because the health coach is probably dealing with the other 30 minutes of issues, I just free that doctor up to see how many more patients. So, you can do the math and think about that exponentially. And then when you put it in that perspective, it's like, wow, wait a minute. Here's a service provider, health coach who's qualified, capable, competent, dealing with issues that I spend as a physician. I spend so much time, physicians are thinking I'm spending so much time talking about these things. And someone else is more than capable of doing this. And now I can really invest in the chronic disease management component, or really get them to understand why their hemoglobin A1C is not trending in the right direction, what they're doing wrong, and all of these other issues, where we can really start to dig into that. And that can pass off what those concerns are to the health coach or to the dietitian, and have them start to address it at that level. So it's helping people work to the top of their license. And when you do that, billing will automatically adjust accordingly. That's the whole concept about working to the top of the license.
Yeah, working at the top of license, having the medical systems employee work at the top of their training as well, right? And also, thinking about how much I actually document during these patient visits. A lot of the documentation, if they've seen a health coach first, which that's our model as well, a lot of that's already done. A lot of the nuances that are there, and I'm really just kind of cherry picking the things that I want to talk about and execute on from the medical management side, right? And then say, hey, good thing you have a follow-up with your health coach on the back end as well, or funneling them into a shared medical visit where we talk about much higher level things. For example, we have a whole, COVID-19 vaccine explanation training thing that we do for shared medical appointments. So already know that for this patient, the diet part's already taken care of. We already talked about sleep, talked about meditation and stress management. And that funnels into our value that's right here, and we can go ahead and place them on a chain of delivering more value that's downstream. I think medicine really needs to take this into account. Now, if the people who are listening to this, this is sort of my idea behind surgeons as well. There's a lot of people who are just very apprehensive about surgery. And so I know a few plastic surgery doctors who have coaches that walk them through the entire process a whole week before they even get to the surgery. 7 days, every day, 7 days after, they check on them, make sure they're doing okay. It's a really high level of service. I think that there's a way that we can do this outside of the primary care and surgical specialties, pain management. I think there's a lot of ways to really adapt this. But I think the entire structure is funneling targeted patient audience into a system where it's not a huge burnout and pain point to practice medicine in this way, because they're pre-trained, and then there's multiple sessions follow up afterwards, right? And I think that's the beauty behind all this, right?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. And it's these wraparound services that improve the outcomes, both short-term and long-term. It's like you have this whole team approach. You have this multidisciplinary group of individuals helping to support the patient through their journey. So it's that upfront work. It's that post, whatever treatment work that you're doing, surgery, post-surgical, post-medical treatment work that is so important to the overall care. So yes, I'm in complete agreement with everything you're saying.
Awesome. So I would imagine that ever since 2014, there's been pain points and learning points that you've gone through as well, right? Can you just kind of share with us what you really learned since the beginning of this journey and to now, and how you guys kind of changed and pivoted to fit what it is right now?
Yes. So, I've been with the clinic 21 years.
Wow.
So there's been learning for me all along the way. But I would say that the most important things that have come from this model of care and from this type of practice is the need for these wraparound services. And, I've worked in medicine, primary care, I've worked in surgery, orthopedic surgery, I've worked in infectious disease. I've been all over different areas throughout our organization, and have greatly appreciated every opportunity. But what I've learned of most significance in functional medicine is that, without this next level of education, without this next level of intervention, we are going nowhere fast on chronic disease management. And when I, was in medicine and working with those groups, and I saw people coming in sick and discouraged, and, had nowhere to go and nowhere to turn, and looked at the staggering number of patients that were coming in and just seemed hopeless and didn't have any sense of what direction they were going in. And we know the key drivers of a lot of this is modifiable lifestyle factors. But what I didn't see is a lot of nutrition counseling, and I didn't see the health coaching component and the, behavioral therapy component of it embedded in the care model. And so one of the most important things I learned is that those are critical care components that for some reason got lost in our new age of healthcare delivery. And it was concerning. So I was appreciative that, this functional medicine model of care was able to showcase this in a way that was highly effective. And I see that more and more groups are starting to embed these extra services in their practice. I'd also say that, I was under the impression early on that patients would not embrace this model of care, because we are creatures of habit. We know our doctors, we know what they do. We want to do the same thing over and over. And so I was a little bit reticent about this idea of having a clinic and having services that people aren't familiar with and bringing it to this, magnificent organization, the Cleveland Clinic, and things taking off. But I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, we've had unprecedented demand for care. And I was, happy to see that, wow, patients really are eager to invest in their health. They really do want to get better. They are really looking for innovative care delivery models that will support them on their health journey. They really do want to eat better. They want to sleep better. They want to exercise. They want to contribute to society in different ways. And they're not able to do that because of their health. And they want to learn how to do it. So I will say, don't underestimate the power of the patient. Definitely learn that, because I would say I was guilty of that. And then, don't be afraid to take risk. Inherent in my personality, I'm a risk taker. And so, I took this on and said, I'm going to be optimistic that with all the resources we have and all of the support we have, that we can be successful, and we will be. And, we all work together to make sure that happens. So certainly, can't be afraid to be a risk taker and get some negative feedback, but also get some positive feedback. We were worried, what are people going to think? And are they concerned if, what we're doing is legitimate? Are we supportive of, their existing treatment plans? All those questions that are naturally going to happen when you bring in a service into an organization that people aren't familiar with. But we took the risk, and it certainly served to our advantage. And we are doing very well as a practice. So don't give up. I would certainly say don't give up. Get as much support from leadership as you possibly can. Learn who your allies are. And, stay vigilant in what you're doing. Stay focused on what we're all here in healthcare for, the patient experience. So don't lose sight of the mission.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that whenever we build it, they will come. And talking about underestimating patients, we did too in the very beginning, because we kind of kept our groups very small, and that lasted a week and a half. And then there were waiting lists for groups after a while. But then all that happened, and then coronavirus hit, and we actually switched to virtual groups as well. And what we noticed is that when we switched to virtual, there was a lot less availability. We stopped for a while. People just keep on asking, "Hey, when can we do these group things again? Like, let's get started again." What I realize is that for a lot of these patients, it's literally the only safe place that they can go to in their lives.
Yeah.
Because when they go home, they're in a sea of demand. They take care of the people and stuff like that. And so this is
And what we can't risk is that stress becoming normalized. You know, we don't want people to feel like they don't have an outlet. You know, psychological distress, depression, all these are real, and they have a huge and negative impact on people in general, especially people who are suffering with any type of chronic condition. So we can't get to the point where they don't have an outlet. And I think this group model really, to your point, really gives them that outlet. That's why they're so eager. That's why they show up. That's why they're so eager to engage in it, because this is their, you know, their time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let's talk about coronavirus for a second, because that kind of stirred the pot for everyone, I think.
Yeah.
But how has that really affected the Cleveland Clinic Functional Medicine program, and what have you guys done to date for stuff like that?
Yeah, we've certainly migrated to the virtual platform. Fortunately, we were already offering virtual appointments, but you know, I will say we pivoted very easily to full-time virtual during the, you know, the heightened areas of COVID. And right now we're seeing about 60% of our patients virtually, about 40% in person, and we're slowly but surely adjusting to what we were before, more like 30-70. So 30% virtual and 70% in person. So we're slowly but surely going to get back there as things improve. But we have leveraged the virtual technology to engage with patients, and what we're seeing is they're really eager to understand what foods are the best, you know, to eat to keep their immune system strong and healthy. And so our dietitians have been exceptionally helpful in guiding patients during this time. The stress levels, as I said, you know, before, the stress levels and the psychological impact of what this has done to so many people, so many families, so many households. The health coaches are busier than ever, trying to, you know, ensure that the patients, you know, feel like they are supported. We have behavioral therapy. We have a licensed social worker as part of our practice. And her referrals, like, we're literally funneling to other areas throughout the organization because she's so busy helping the people deal with the trauma that has come, you know, has resulted from COVID.
Wow.
It's really helped us to expand our services. You know, we don't want to undervalue the power of the social support, so we still have our virtual shared medical appointments, but our one-on-one appointments have been just as important, you know, during this time. So we have seen, you know, a good balance of both of those over the past several months. We have now a post-COVID, what we call Recover SMA. You know, we don't want patients to get better and not feel, or you know, once they are recovered from COVID, not feel as if they don't have a support system. So we have this Recover SMA that they can go into and dig in a little bit deeper as to, you know, what they should be eating to keep themselves healthy, and, you know, how to monitor health issues that they might be having as a result of getting COVID.
So these are for the people who have had COVID, right?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah, Recover. Yeah, and so
okay,
you know, they're recovering.
I'm sorry. What's SMA? What's SMA stand for?
Shared medical appointment. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay.
Yep. So, you know, those individuals are coming together, you know, after they're feeling better, and we're seeing them virtually. And outcomes, you know, preliminary outcomes are very consistent with what we've seen in the other shared medical appointments. Overall, their health is getting better as they're struggling, you know, to really get over the impact of having COVID. And that's physically and mentally get over that is what I'm suggesting.
I think the impact just started.
Yeah. You know, so people were at different points. You know, some people early on were plagued with COVID, and you know, they just had a slow recovery process, and some people are just new, recently got into the program, recently are recovering from COVID. So people are at different places, but the important thing is that they, have this service, they have this shared medical service, and this group of individuals who certainly just went through exactly what they went through, and now they have resources and tools to help them, reconnect and get their health back on track.
Well, that's great. I mean, with what coronavirus has given the opportunity of us leveraging technology, because I think there's a higher adaptation of technology, especially in the elderly population, that we were not seeing before.
Yep. No, for sure.
Yeah, and I think, and now that, and of course, there were major CMS rule changes during the coronavirus, especially in the middle part of 2020. Say, no, you can do this now in telemedicine, and
prescription management, everything. You can do everything.
Yeah. And I'm in Texas, and even our medical board actually allowed electronic prescriptions for those people who are on-term narcotics and stuff like that. And it allowed us to develop a system and program for us to help taper them, because I really underestimated the patients, our own core patients, because what I was really seeing towards the beginning of COVID is that, yes, people's A1C were getting worse, and their blood pressure getting worse, which I think we were seeing in the regular primary care sector within Houston. But with ours, there was just a huge number of people, because we also have free online programs for our patients for autoimmune and diabetes. Our online program, they're free. They just blew up. And I think that when people were more engaged online, and that was actually our funnel. Our funnel is actually online programs. And when they came in, all of a sudden they were showing the biggest changes that they've had in their life, because they saw coronavirus as a stimulating factor for change. And then what really happened is that it really allowed us to take a seat back and say, okay, well, these patients are doing a lot of these things and for changing. And what it really allowed us to do is kind of re-engineer what the public really needs. And this is, I think, a very few medical practices do this, and I encourage them to do it. Like, go ask the patients what they really want. So we ask the patients what they really want, and they're like, hey, why don't you have a vaccine education thing? I'm like, okay, we can totally do that. And I think that when this became a really big partnership during the coronavirus for a lot of practices, and I think modeling after, like, understanding what the patients want, not assuming, but asking them is a huge factor in this. Like you said earlier, get negative feedback and get positive feedback. So I tell my team, is like, I don't, get your positive feedback. We're going to celebrate that. But we want as many negative feedback and as deep as it goes, so we can have the patients partner with us. And that's what we learn the absolute most about our entire structure that we are usually blind to. And then the patients picks it up, and that's what we want to know. And I feel like a lot of patients a lot of doctors may want to be blind to that part, because it's not a great feeling when you first learn about it. But at the same time, if you're asking for it, becomes let the patient be the partner. And I think that's what's great about integrative health in general.
Yes, absolutely.
It's the partnership aspect, right?
It is that partnership, and we certainly see the value of that. And they have such a strong partnership that they feel confident enough to have some self-management skills along with that. So there are far more patients than there are physicians. So we, once we build that therapeutic partnership and we have them confident, we want them to start to say, okay, now I know exactly how to deal with this. Now I know where to get the right information. Now I know how to dissect this information that they have available online. I know what, is I should be looking at and what I shouldn't be looking at. So all critical to the long-term gain of what, these patients are looking for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Now that we know about the patient side, and I'll close with this question. Now, tell me about the physician's perspective, the practitioner's perspective that work within the facility. What is their impression of this whole system? How are they kind of receiving all this? Because it's relatively new as well for them, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, it's a loaded question because the physicians, I can talk about the shared medical appointment, and I can also talk about, the group visits, but I can also talk about their overall experiences in trying to manage this. In functional medicine, we are very collaborative and work very closely with, many other areas throughout the organization. So I think what it does for our physicians is gives them an opportunity to, showcase what they do best, but also partner and learn from some of the other specialty areas on what patients needs. And so it just further expands this whole integrative model and collaborative approach to care. That is so important. So I will say that I feel like the physicians are very appreciative of the fact that, we specialize in what we do, but they specialize in what they do. But together, we give this patient an overall amazing experience. In the group model, it's nirvana because, you're improved patient literacy. You're in a relaxed environment. There's peer-to-peer sharing. They're eliciting information from each other that you won't get in your office. You're able to learn from the patient stories. Patients are able to learn from each other's stories. They motivate each other. You don't have this issue of burnout. The gratification that you get is immediate. So our physicians, they love facilitating the shared, the group model. They appreciate that it's an environment where they don't have to be so formal and starch, and they can be relaxed and they can kind of let their hair down and let the group just talk and kind of guide them into thinking in the right way. So from that standpoint, I think many of them will say they almost prefer that model of care. And our group is actually looking at, okay, how do we get more patients into more condition-specific groups or, more focused groups so that we can address more people than what we're doing now. We keep a waiting list. There's never a time we don't have hundreds of people waiting to get into our practice. But the physicians carry that burden. Like, okay, I can't get my patients back in, but through the group model, they can. And so they are always thinking about, well, hey, should we be leveraging these opportunities to build more groups to really, support patients in this way? And they're always thinking about that. So it's a great group of physicians, highly motivated, very interested in growing and thinking differently about care delivery models. And I'm appreciative to have the opportunity to work with them and then also to be able to collaborate with all those physicians throughout the organization.
Yeah, and I reflect that too, because there's very few things that are actually better than right after you finish a group session from a physician standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like you said, it's nirvana, is because not only is there buy-in, there's also really great feedback. You have the dynamics of a group that's able to really validate each other,
Yeah.
And so I think that as we move along, when we think about health, I think we really have to redefine the role of what a physician really is. And like in your case with your physicians over there, is that, hey, I'm a physician, but I'm also an educator. I'm a guide, and I can function as that in the group model. But at the same time, as a one-on-one, I'm a physician. I do, disease management, stuff like that. But I get to practice at the top of my license because I have all these other resources to tap into.
Yep.
Plus, I have my own resource to tap into because I know I'm running another group the next week. And so, it's really easy to say, hey, I'm doing my autoimmune class next week. Why don't you come into that? I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yes.
And so, and it truly is a fun situation once you keep it kind of lighthearted. And it's not, it's not designed to be like a lecture and patients fall asleep. And that's not usually what happens during these.
No. It's so engaging. And, what it boils down to, its simplest form, is we do need to be creating coordinated and accessible and comprehensive care strategies for these patients. But we need to do it in a way that will entice them to engage in it and come back and be a part of it. And, hospitals, doctor's office, medical offices, these are the areas that have the power to really hone in on these types of care models and bring patients in the door and get them healthy and started, to promote health and all those things that'll drive patients to just do better by themselves, do better by their families, do better by their communities. And so, let's take charge and let's do it. And that's my mindset. It's always my mindset. Let's make it easy for them to want to do this, and let's give it to them.
Yeah. Do you think that this, right, you're talking about the setting in Cleveland Clinic. Do you think that this type of model could be replicated within, smaller physician communities and private physician practices?
I think it should be. It absolutely can be, but I think it should be. I think that we certainly need to start thinking very differently and innovating around what we have historically known as, the healthcare model. How do we expand that? How do we grow that? How do we make sure patients are getting exactly what they need at the intervals that they need it? We don't, the beauty of the shared group experience is we don't dump all of the information on the patient in the first visit. We slowly dose that to them, just like you would medication. We dose it to them over a period of time. And then, look at, wow, they actually retained it. They are actually getting it. They're able to apply what we've taught them. Versus just giving them everything at once and it's like, good luck, here you go. Let me know, I'll see you a month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks from now, and let me know how that went for you. We're to a certain extent, we're holding their hand through the process until they're comfortable to be free to manage it themselves. And so all of that's critically important and certainly from my perspective, the way of the future. Support all these wraparound services supporting them. So yes, it should be, whether or not it could be, it absolutely should be how we move. As a society, as a community, as healthcare partners, it should be how we move.
Well, excellent. We'll be looking forward to more data that you guys put out and use that as a backbone and actually approach our own payers within our local communities to say, hey, this model works. This is the, the promise score, what Cleveland Clinic has shown and stuff like that. So I think it's time for physicians to really step up and do the things that we really want to do. We feel like this model actually works, collect the data, say that it can potentially work and then go for it and take that risk. 100% on board with you there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thank you. It's been an honor to be a part of the summit. So thank you.
No, it's my honor. So for those docs out there, I want you to just kind of think about what a medical practice is and maybe that there's some limiting beliefs that we have what it should be. And potentially, if you want to adopt the Cleveland Clinic model, might be able to think about how that could work within your private practice structures. So thank you very much. Thank you, Tawny, for coming on. We'll sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there you have it. This wraps up day one, the premier day of the Physician Practice Automation Summit. I hope you learned as much as I have. Make sure you tune in tomorrow because even though today was great, we learned so many things from these individuals, from talking about leaderships and leading a team, practice acceleration and scaling. Tomorrow we cover a completely different topic, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. We have another set of fabulous speakers that are absolutely amazing, and they're ready to share their experiences and insights and breakthroughs to help you grow, scale, and optimize your practice and reduce the burnout and live a very fulfilled life as a doctor. But if for any reason you feel like you might have missed out on any of these important interviews, you got distracted, you had to leave in the middle of it, I do encourage you to secure the lifetime access by purchasing this VIP All Access Pass today. It's only available for a limit of time. That way you don't miss anything and you can watch and listen and take notes from these interviews again and again at your own pace and reflect upon it. And once you reflect upon it, you can apply for your continuing medical education credit for these as well. Simply click the button below to order your VIP All Access Pass at a very special limited time discount right now. All right, before we wrap up, let me know what inspired you about today. What did you take out of today? What are a couple of things that you truly resonate with you? Put that in the comments below. How do you plan on implementing what you learned into your own practice, into your own life, into your own brain. Thank you once again for joining us on the Physician Practice Automation Summit on day one. And remember, please to share this with your colleagues, with your friends, so we can all work together to make our industry better for ourselves, our patients, our workers, our loved ones, for everyone. Thank you very much.